Everyone, how are you all doing? Let me go ahead and enable that timer there, so we should be good to go. Hello! Let me go ahead and get the roll call on here. Let's see. We have the member. I saw that redeem. Oh my! We also have Banafi, Check, and Khan. Welcome into stream. And hold on. Happy affiliate anniversary. Is it really? I feel old. Oh no! I was just thinking to myself, yes, I've been streaming for a year. Technically speaking, that time passed last year. So that means this year will be 2 years of streaming. Time flies by way too soon. It still feels like just yesterday I was doing really beginner things. So thank you for the happy anniversary wishes. And hi, Cat. Yeah, welcome to stream. Welcome in. It's straight year of business. Yeah, business year. That means I've been doing YouTube maybe for almost 4 years now, which is, time is time, isn't it? It moves a certain way and it has a certain flow to it that just you either recognize it or you don't see it at all. Well, that said, let me get a little bit of what here, and let's do. Water's all good to go. I hope you've all had a lovely week, and I hope you all will have a lovely week for the week to come, since this will be today's Sunday, yes, is this Sunday, beginning of the week, isn't it? Yeah, beginning of the week. Any plans for the week or anything? Any either exams or fun things you have planned, or maybe you have some like video games lined up that you'll be playing? I know for certain I'll be playing more Satisfactory. I've been enjoying it recently. I only just started the train era of it, but I've been having fun and Survive. Sounds about right. Yeah, you know what? Fair enough. That's a really good plan if I do say so myself, Jack. That's like step number 1 there. Let me go ahead and click on this guy here. Let's see. I need to click on you here, I believe. Hide you there. We should be good to go there for later. Oh, and Midjourney is coming out in 2 days. I see. And hi, crowd. Welcome back in the stream. That is a name I have not seen in quite some time. So welcome in and welcome back. And I cleaned all day today. Cleaning, as long as I can have some music on in the background and sing a little bit as I clean, I don't mind it too much. It's the scrubbing that's really tricky, but cleaning days can be relaxing if you add a little bit, but chores are oof. And cracks through the roof, standing there looking at you, baffled, while being dressed like in a giant banana costume? Yuck. Well, I planned that different. I swear, it's not what it looks like. Tell it to the judge, which is me. I think it's exactly what it looks like, and it looks like a crime. And the door is right there, man. Exactly, yeah. Cracks through the roof too. You could just here's a ladder. You could go get changed. You can come back when that horrendous costume is no longer being worn. It'd be a little scary though. What did you think if you went to sleep and then woke up in a different outfit? Wouldn't that be good? What would you think? What'd you think? Oh man, did I sleepwalk and getting changed, or maybe some aliens came by and why go basic when you can make an entrance? Fair enough. And doors are for the boring people. I like doors. Doors are fun, especially elevator doors. They're quite handy since they allow you to go from point A to point B. They're moving doors, and the property damage is expensive. True, yes indeed. If you're gonna be breaking walls like Kool-Aid, or the Kool-Aid man, or breaking windows, you better have good insurance. Well, that's it though. That time is up, so why don't we go ahead and get started? I believe hold on, I can check too. If I click on here, and if I click on, let's see. If I click here and here, I'm just curious to see. This stream was supposed to happen on, originally, if I slide you over there, click on you there, slide you a little bit over here, I can then bring you into the screen here, and then I can also check the Discord to see. So let's see. Last time hand study was mentioned, it was originally scheduled for January 17th. So it's been a good seconds here and then, a good few weeks at the very least. So I'm glad we're finally getting around to it. And property damage looks lame. It has a little character, a little spice of life. let me go ahead and slide this up here, and we should be good to go. Alrighty then, today should be a lot of fun. We haven't done a study in a good hot second, so we'll be getting back into things. Oh no, I'm excited since hands is a topic I've always struggled with a little bit, and I don't think I've ever done a Pixelart hand study before, so this should be a lot of fun. And the only things that are being broken around these parts are spinal cords. Where? And hold on, I can pay without. Hold a pack of bananas. That's not a currency. That's a sign of war. Oh my. With that said though, why don't we go ahead and get started? Oh, did I recap? I don't think I did. So Pixelart of the day is what we'll be doing. We'll talk about research for a little bit, then we'll go through some hand anatomy, learn what hands are before we learn how to draw said hands, and then we'll try drawing some hands, and from that study we'll see if we can draw some hands for our little template guys, and then we'll do a community review. That's the forecast for today, you could say. And chill out. I don't know what that means. I do really out too. Okay, so with that said, let me go ahead and drag this guy on over here, and we should be able to also slide this guy over here. And let me go ahead and bring you into the screen here. And hi, is it the Arts? Well, oh no, Theo Arts, possibly? Please correct me if I'm wrong, but welcome in. And hello, how's it going? I'm new. Well, hi, new. welcome into the stream. I'm sure I hope you like it around here. What we do is weekly, we do these streams where we do pixel art studies. I'm still very much a beginner of pixel art myself, so the idea is that we get together and I grab some references and arts and drawings of pixel art of different topics, and we go through them and we try our best to draw them, regardless of the outcome. And call me Theo. I see. Well, welcome in. And no puns today. The matter at hand is too serious. I hear lies. And hi, Ed. Hey, yo. Welcome in the stream. Welcome in. So, with that said, let's go ahead and thank you for the follow, Theo. Thank you. And posture check. Sure, I can do that as well. Let's go ahead and do the pixel art of the day, shall we? I'll go ahead and bring you into the. Hold on. Where is it at? Where is it at? Okay, this screen right here. I love the energy. Lovely. It's always nice to hear. It's nice knowing that my excitement can be felt. Or felt. There we are. That's the word. That's the word. Let me slide this guy up a little bit over here. I can go ahead, I believe, hide this timer. Let me just double check. Timer does not work. Hold on. Let me grab that 8 minutes here. Let's see. Elevator spare timer. We'll set you to 8 minutes there. Set you to our Pixelart of the Day timer. That should make it 8 minutes if I'm not mistaken. Yes, it does. Lovely. Okay, and then we'll hide that guy here. Good. And hi, Panda. Welcome back in the stream. Welcome back in. And, oh boy, it's been a minute. Oh, it has. And jumping through the closest window, smashing and fleeing while you at the sea while yelling, doors are for boring people. I hope you have a lovely time doing this whatever you get up to, Torrid. And hello, Banda. So with that said, let me slide this over here. So pixel art of the day is a section I like to do at the beginning of these study streams where we spend about 8 or so minutes looking at some pixel art I can either find on Twitter, Pinterest, Instagram, anywhere online of the sorts, and we do it based on the themes. And today we're studying hands. Wait, hold on. Did I not set the? Hold on. Oh, hold on. I didn't set the Twitch title. Hold on. I knew something felt off. P-R-I-T-E, holder horses, Aseprite, then we have P-I-X-E-L-A-R-T, and then I also need to do learning how to draw P-I-X-E-L-A-R-T hands. Okay, there we go. And everybody hold their pixels. And that's me grabbing a slightly wet trash. That's a good one. Okay, so now that the title is properly changed, continuing. The pixel art of the day is the section I like to do at the beginning, since I think the best way to get better at something is through the skill of observation. Not only do you have to do the thing, you have to look at people who can do the thing. So for example, if you want to make games, you gotta play a lot of games. If you want to make art, you gotta look at a lot of art. By looking at this art, you'll be able to find what you like about it, dislike about it, and from there you'll be able to either use or avoid those type of techniques when it comes to making your own art. So it becomes this sort of mixing pot where you can look at different artists and okay, I like the way they do this line art, I like the way this guy does this color, and mix them together and you get your style. So that's the idea here. And if you're struggling to figure out a way to just look at this art, I have on here a few suggestions. You can also see it on the bottom corner there. But what I usually like to talk about, or what I usually start off with, is either silhouette, design, and you can read all of these too: shape, lighting, readability, purpose, technique, and colors. Yes! So with that said, let me scroll out a little bit more about here. Yeah, about there. We'll go ahead and enter the timer here. So we should be good to go. 8 minutes is on the board now. Usually when I start out with, oh, I forgot to mention as well, the art is by Yogurt14. You can find them on Twitter if you like this art. And the background does a great job of being both interesting and drawing attention to the hand. Yeah, I don't have it on hand. The contrast version of the art. But I do get what you mean. The yellow's a lot brighter than the hand itself, so it makes the hand pop out. Is what I'm guessing you're meaning. And let me also click on this here. So, usually I like to start off with colors. What are the main primary colors we see in this art piece? If I had to look at it, I'd say the colors I'm seeing are, let's see, maybe I'd say red or orange. So I'll say red / orange, O-R-A-N-G-E. I also see a little bit of yellow, so yellow. I also see some browns if I had to describe it. This here would be that red or orange. This is kind of a brownish color. You could chalk it up to brown, yellow. Then we have some pinks. I would call that or more on the red side. More browns here again. I'm not sure what I would call this color. Maybe this one would be the white. So I'll add a little bit of white for that highlight. And I did read this well. Lovely. So let's see. With that said, usually when you look at an art, you can find, I'd say, 3 primary colors, 3 to 4 when it comes to different things, unless it's meant to be a rainbow. So when I look at this, I think, okay, red, orange, yellow, browns, these are all colors that are around the same area on the color wheel. So it makes sense that the art feels, or the colors feel like they kind of work together a little bit more. Next up, let's take a look at, let's see. Let's do line art. And walks in the door wearing a fake mustache. We're still wearing the banana hat. Hello, you completely new. Hello, you completely new to me. I don't understand what that means, Doran. Let's see. I'll do outline here. So let's see. Line art, L-I-N-E. Line art here. And what do we see when we look at line art? Usually there's different, well, not usually. There's different types of line arts usually in Pixelart. And this one here, I would describe as a shaded outline. So I'll say shaded, S-A-A-D-E-D, shaded, color, C-O-L-O-R-E-D, shaded colored outline, L-U-T-L-I-N-E. In the sense of, when we're looking at this outline, the outline isn't black. It's a sort of brown color, wouldn't you say? I scroll out here a little bit. Not only is it that, though, it's shaded. And the idea that everything above that would touch the light is a little bit brighter than everything that's underneath. And that gives the line out a sort of, I don't know how you could describe it, but it makes this area lighter, this area darker, and it gives it, I like to say maybe it gives it more of a pop. I don't know who you're talking about, Gina. Is it Torin? I'd like to guide you back to the Pixelart of today. It's a little bit hard to hold 2 different conversations. Conversations. I can enunciate my words. I can. With that said, let's see, shaded color outline. Yes, indeed. And I'd say the primary one is brown. You can also see, and something I didn't notice before too, if we look at it, you can also see that white is also at the tips. And, oh, I see. I thought this was a highlight shiny bit on the hand. It's the nail of the hand. Oh, that's clever. Hold on. Nail is one single color, and it is the white color. That's interesting. I've always struggled to draw not just hands, but hands with nails too. So that's interesting.
Torren 1987 just redeemed IRL webcam.
Hold on. I can do that after the challenge screen because the timer's on, and I'd have to set the timer up. So once this is over, since this screen here, the screen's set up, and have you never seen a human before? I have, but usually when I look at pixel art or just art in general, the character gets simplified, so it ends up not being realistic in the sense of hands have veins, but people don't draw the veins on the hands, for example. They exist, but they're not typically drawn. Let's see, can't say, C-A-N-T, can't say. What's another thing? And I gotcha. Wait. I did and yesterday. Oh, this is awful. Can't say and then that there. So let's see. Another thing we can look at as well, not only is there a shaded outline, there's also a bit of shading on the hand itself. So we can take a look at that. Let me go ahead and click on you here. Let's see. Challenge there, you here. You are 3 minutes. You should be good to go. Click on you here. All right, timer's good to go, I believe. Can't say that word up there. Alrighty. If we look up here, what you can see is that, oh, hold on. And don't you see? She's an alien, duh! Well, you can see my hand right here is quite hand-like, and you can see the nails of the hand, but not like veins of the hand. And if I scroll in a little bit here, this is tricky for doing both. Let's see. Hide you, show you. Okay, so where were we? We were talking about the shading of the hand. what I'll say is shaded hand is reddish. Ooh, how can we say that? Shaded hand is how about just hand has shading. Hand, H-A-N-D, has S-H-A-D-I-N-G. Hand has shading. Ham color. Yeah. It's ham color. Hand has shading. Ham colored. I like the way that sounds. Hand, C-O-L-O-R-E-D. Hand colored. There we go. So let's see here. We have our highlight of our hand, our dark of our hand. We also have an hi Vlad. Welcome in the stream. Welcome in. Hand ham colored. Indeed. Hold on.
Chat sat on keyboard,
sure
just redeemed hydrate.
Hold on, let me get some water here. Water has been done. So let's see here. We have highlight, we have dark. Anything else to notice? I've always seen, at least when it comes to hands, despite, oh, I see something. Look at this. Do you see how not all of the shading is done here, but it's also done here? The hand has some anti-aliasing, and anti-aliasing is, how can I describe it? And that timer's not doing the timering correctly. Hold on, if I click on, give me a second here. This timer should work properly, but it's not trying to. There we go. And hi, cat sound keyboard. Welcome into stream. Welcome in. Let's see. If I hide you. Oh, not wrong button. You haven't seen anything. Hold on. Which one is it? Planning, drawing. Private. No. Let's see. Pura. Found it. Okay. Oh boy. Oh my. Let's see. I wanted to click on this guy here. Click on that guy there. There we go. Okay. Oh boy. There's so many scenes. What was I saying? Yes, anti-aliasing. What anti-aliasing is a technique used in Pixelart where, in order to make the colors blend more together, you add the color to the edges, and I'm gonna count that. The hope is that by adding the colors to the edges, it makes the color smoother, which gives the pixel art more of a less sharp feel, is the hope when it comes to that. Let me go hide that, do that, and she literally blew 3 continents. No, everything's still intact. Let me slide you here. Then I'll go ahead and do a anti-aliasing around the left edge of the hand. That's why I'm the anti-alien. Oh, that's no good. Let's see. Anti-aliasing around the left edge of the hand. Do we spot it anywhere else? I'd say not only is it on the left, it's everywhere, it seems like. And, oh, well, time's up. Oh boy, let's see. I'll go ahead and do this guy here, do this guy here. Okay, continuing from where we were, let me go ahead and save you here. These are all nice and good notes. The thing is, I thought this would be, what's the word I'm looking for? Looking at this, I thought it was a lot more complicated than it turned out to be. We've looked at different pixel art before where it seemed easier than it was. This one turns out to be harder than it was, which seems to be a big difference. And welcome in, games related. Welcome in. And Aseprite classes, I'm down. Hi everyone. I hope you're all having a great day. Welcome in. I'm not sure if I would call them classes since I am still very much a beginner myself when it comes to learning Aseprite, but I like to call these more like study sessions you get in the library. Yep, I said Antorn. Let me bring you into this browser here, and I'll go ahead and refresh this, just so that we are having the screens, so the proper screens working. Let's see, you there? All right, that's been back and enabled. Where were we? I was going to say that if you haven't been here before, hello, welcome in. I am Iris Ezra. I am a game developer as well as a pixel artist. What we do on this channel, on the stream, is once a week we choose a topic to study for pixel art. The idea is that I want to learn how to create all aspects of my game. One of those steps is going to be the art of my game. So the art medium of choice I've chosen is pixel art. So since I'm still learning, I thought it could be fun for us to all learn. With that said, what I'll go ahead and do, go ahead and do. Yes, go ahead and do. Exclamation, it's S-T-U-D-Y, exclamation study. If you click, what did I say it, Torrent? Oh, okay, I believe you there. Oh boy, I'm going to have to start stopping the challenges when I'm doing the explaining. And oh, where was I? Let's see. I was saying, clicking that link there will bring you to this page. What you can do is go to earsezra.com. What you'll notice if I go into resources here is you can see previous resource or previous Pixelart studies we've done in the past. The hope is that this website will allow people who maybe have been wanting to get into Pixelart but haven't known where to go, a place to start. Today we're working on hands, but we've worked on in the past, for example, things like cityscapes or environments, or let's see here, crops. Oh, nope, didn't say it. Well, you'll see it, and no, that was said, that one, I can't deny that one, When you click that link, and okay, it did work for those both, okay. If you say and you stop streaming making games? Oh no, kidding, never stop. We'll go here to character sprite study. Here is a list of compiled resources you can find where it relates to character. I have a character study playlist from previous streams we've done covering the character topic. Thank you for the follow. Games related. She sounds like one of those funny tubes. A 2026 gallery. You're completely right, Chet. I do need to add that. Previous in the past, we've done character study clothing. The idea is that people learn through different mediums. Some people learn best by seeing. Some people learn best by doing. Some people learn best by listening. So what I tried to do was have different information here. I'm also realizing I don't know if I checked these two places for hands. We can go ahead and do that. What you'll see here, these websites, they have articles as well as GIFs when it comes to certain pixel art topics. No, did I say that? Okay, I'll believe you, oh boy. Okay, where were we? I was saying, clicking on these guys, you'll see different articles. I like these two websites because if you're more of a reader, it's nice to see things gone into detail. It makes it quite handy and it makes it handy to have on hand. Oh boy. What I wanted to see was if this had a hand section. Oh boy, I'll click hand on here. Nope, no hand. Got ya. There's websites here for... No, Nappy! I gotta focus right now! At the very bottom here, you'll see a playlist for hands. If I click on it, I have compiled a playlist of tutorials I found to be helpful. The issue is, pixel art still very much, it seems to be a new thing. While it is an old art medium, the thing is, most people use digital art. People don't usually know about pixel art, and if you're not a game developer, especially, hold on, I caught that. Oh boy, yeah, I'm gonna have to make this timer 2 minutes. I don't think I can do 3 minutes. Oh boy. If you're a game developer, you probably know about pixel art, but to people outside of pixel art, it's not, outside of game dev, it's not well known. What you'll see, I wasn't able to find any video tutorials on how to draw pixel art hands, just regular videos, which is a-okay as well as D&D, as, while it may not be pixel art related, watching tutorials related to the topic, regardless of the medium, can give you insight in how to translate it into your medium. So while these may not be pixel art, she's cheating how? That's so cool, I like your website, thank you. Huh? Where? Where? Okay, I will believe you, I'm not sure, but where? Yeah, where? Hold on. Let me scroll up here. I'll go ahead and close this. Happy affiliate anniversary. Thank you, Daniel. Thank you. As well as welcome into the stream. With that said, we'll go ahead and scroll down. A website that helps me learn how to get better at Pixelart was the Spriter's resource. Before this website, I had a hard time finding Pixelart references. What I would usually do is go to either Pinterest, Instagram, anywhere online. What this website does, the Spriter resource, is it compiles all this time. It compiles different assets from video games. Nope, I said A. You have to reset? Why do I have to reset? I haven't said it. I have not. When? I'll need proof. I'd scroll down. I see. This is the best website. I agree. The admin is also a streamer, by the way. I see. Let me go ahead and hide this and show this again. There we go. 3 minutes is back on the clock. I agree, Daniel. I use this website. I made this with sprites from there. I see. Yeah. It's a lovely website. I do agree. I would say the fastest way to get better at the fastest way I got better at my pixel art was by going to this website, looking up games I enjoyed that were in the pixel art genre, and no, we're counting that. We're counting that. Hold on. Yeah, this 3 minutes. I'm making it 2 after this. Hi, Hollow. Welcome into stream. Welcome in. Happy affiliate anniversary. Thank you. I have compiled here a list of pixel art games that have characters in them. The hope is that you'll be able to find a style you like. And I had a great feeling, but I think I've been here before. Oh boy. What we'll do is I'll give you an example. If I were to click on Mega Man, say I wanted to know the size of Mega Man, right? Especially for hard words, I think 2 minutes works better. Yeah. But I'll live. If I wanted to draw this Mega Man, where would I start? If I wanted to do the style, if I really enjoyed it, I'd have to know the size of him. Or if we take another example, what is it called? If I click on this guy really quickly and make, I know I said it, hold on. I click on this guy really quickly, hide show, redo the thing there. Okay, make it smaller. How would I learn how to draw something like this hand? It'd be tricky because you first have to know how big the canvas size is. Why I like the Spriter's resource is because you can download these assets, drag them into your pixel art program of choice, and really get into the nitty. I know, I realized I said it. Oh boy, now she had the audacity to do 5 minutes, yeah. Oh boy, and the one word you can't say, never I say. And yep, there we go. Hold on. Hi, Lazy Low. Welcome into stream as well. Hide you, show you. There we go. What I'll do then is we'll drag this into the pixel art program of choice. In my case, I use Aseprite, so I'll go ahead, move you into here, just to make sure that guy keeps ticking. I'll just copy it over from here. Thank you for that subscription on YouTube from Engine. Welcome in. Let me go ahead. No, I didn't say it. Let me go ahead. Then click the sky, paste into here. Oh boy. What you'll be able to see is when I zoom in, Mega Man, I can say with 100% certainty, is a total of 24 x 24 pixels. This then gives me information on how I can make... She's lagging. If I wanted to go for this style, I would then know I'd have to start around 24 by 24. It gives you good insight into how sprites already look, how they're made. That's why I enjoy it. Let me click here. Then I will close you. Then I will open you. Okay, we can get through this. Slowly. Here at the bottom is a website called itch.io. Oh, look at that! Oh, that's so neat! If you are a game developer, you probably know about this website. Not only can you upload games, you can also download games. And I was doing so good. I was doing so good. You can also gather resources from this website to put them into your game. What I've done is I've linked to specifically the characters and I have linked to the characters. Hold on. Okay. I've linked to the characters here. What you'll be able to see if I direct your attention right up there is my character template packet. Isn't that neat? I made this template pack about 2 years ago, so it's neat to see it on the front cover page. Hi, Wallace. Welcome into stream. Welcome in. Oh, that's so neat. Oh boy. My cheeks, they hurt. Let me slide you back into over here. I have listed a few character downloads I was able to find. You can also download my character template. Oh, it's cover page. And you know what's best? You can redeem several during one stream. Yes, Torin. However, after this one, I'm going to make it 2 minutes. I'm going to make it 2 minutes. Oh boy, we've already lagged behind a bit. We need to pick up pace, but I can't right now. This is a character template you can go ahead and download. Let me do !TEMPLATE. It is entirely free, as well as a passion project I've been working on throughout the years. The idea is that it'll allow people to do their studies faster. Okay, I believe you. I believe you. I'm telling you, never again after this. Never again. 3 minutes. I'm done. It is an entirely completely free pack that includes both 16 by 16 character as well as 16 by 13, and it also includes a bunch of animations. As we do these studies, I'll also be able to add more animations. For example, I hope to add next death animations as well as attack animations. That's what's next up on the menu. It's been less than a year, by the way. You're not that old. Has it? And it also includes... I just want to get into studying. Why do my words have to be so fast? Slower. We go slower. We go calmer. Let me just double check that. If I go here... Oh yeah, it has been less than a year. Oh, thank you for that one. Check. Lovely. Not that old then. Yeah. Okay. That gets us over all of the resources. That's everything then. What do you mean never again after this? Who says you get even ever through this? I believe, Torin. You just don't believe. Now that we have talked about the resources, just to make sure that guy doesn't change if I were to change scenes, let me grab the next thing on our to-do list. Okay, grabbing the to-do list, grabbing the stream plans, drag, then drop you here. Hi, Alex. Welcome into stream. Welcome in. Let me slide you here. We've already done our Pixelart of the day. Now that we've talked about resources, what we're going to do next is learn the hand anatomy. What I wanted to point out before we get into things, and oh, it's okay. Everything is fine. Everything is all right. That means I can go ahead and drag you into the other screen. Hold on. I believe, Frost, you made up the rule the first word ban is normal. There wasn't a rule. It was more of a suggestion. But I thought about, like, the idea was that every time what's the word I'm looking for? Every time I succeeded, the minute would increase. And why is this timer not working again? Hold on. You there. Good to go, I believe. Hide this guy. Show this guy here. Are we good? There we go. Alrighty then. Drag you up to here. Bobby doing pretty good with this challenge. Bobby's always great. Let me close you here. Okay, so what I wanted to do to start out with the study is I wanted to take a look at actual hands, as something I've noticed is that if I'm struggling to draw something, doing a mini study using regular digital art is a great way to improve said thing. For example, I'm currently working on helping with a game, and I am doing the art of the game. Hi, Arnav. Welcome into stream. Welcome in. What kind of sprite doesn't duck? Let me go to... I see. Okay. Okay. Oh boy, go even if you see the forbidden word. That unfortunately, that's not how the timer works. I'm either going to increase the timer or the thing. It's fine. I'm learning a lesson right here in real time, Anna. My focus power. I wanted to show this. Then what I wanted to do was open up this guy here, zoom in this guy here, and then, no, I know that one. Yep, I heard it. Oh boy, yeah, I might just have to refund you, maybe, Torrid. That really might be what I have to do at this point. Today's not really focusing for me. I might have to. I truly just might. Let me make this bigger. My mind is not minding at the moment. Oh boy, let me drag you here, then here. I was tasked with creating a fox. At first, well, I've never drawn a fox before, so I already had a bit of a hard time figuring out the anatomy of the fox. So at first, I just tried drawing the fox one-to-one. This was the result of it. Hold on, let me make you here so I can see you on top. But I still struggled with it. Something felt off. At some point, I realized maybe doing the skeletal structure, the muscle structures of the fox might help, but something was still a little bit off. Despite looking like the sprite, it didn't feel right. So what I did for about an hour or two is if I go ahead, drag you here, then open you up here, I looked at actual fox art, or fox images, then I traced over them. I'll go ahead and hide. I was doing it. Slower! Yeah, oh man, okay. If I fail it one more time, you're getting refunded. And I'm changing the rules. Today's just not my day. I'll make you hide you there, then we're good to go. I took that fox character. Have to draw? Nope, definitely not doing that, Torrid. Then I'll go ahead, open up this guy. I took the fox, grabbed a lot of fox images, then I traced over the fox until I got a pretty good idea of the gesture of the fox from the front legs to the back legs. Once I had a good idea of how the fox felt, even if I didn't draw all of the fox, I didn't do a very detailed doodle of it. Once I understood it, once I broke down actual images of the fox, it made figuring out the fox a lot easier. If I hide you, oh, not that. You're not 3 minutes. Thank you very much. You're 2 minutes. You were at 2 minutes. 2 minutes. I want my 2 minutes back. Okay. Hide you, show you. Once I went through looking and dissecting the fox, the real fox, I was able to get a better understanding. Welcome to the stream. Is it Siren, possibly? Or maybe something else? Please correct me if I'm wrong. When, Torrid? Did I again? If so, yeah, you're getting refunded. This will just be, got ya. No worries at all. All right, we're refunding you then. I am having a hard time focusing today, which is a-okay, but that means, maybe we might disable this challenge until the end. Yeah, my mind is on it's not even on a one track right now. Today it's on and we're already 1 minute 46 seconds. We haven't even got to the stream. Yeah. And it was too hard. She gave up. I'm not giving up. I've done the and before, but I realized when I should save a challenge for another day. And Sayrin Primo, possibly Sayrin Primo. Welcome to the stream. Welcome in. Let me hide. Let's see. Moderation. How do I do refund / refund maybe? Nope. I will figure out oh, hold on. I think I do that, right? I think I do that. And then I can do, let's see. You there. Where are we at? It won't let me know. Let's see. If I go ahead and do just checking, and let's see that there. If I go ahead and do that, I see. Lovely. Go ahead and recheck that. You should be refunded, I believe. And with that said, let me also disable this guy here. So let's see. Disable that just so we don't have that in the future. And then we can keep going. Yes, yeah. We're gonna be here all day at this rate. Oh boy, redeems, power-ups, all of those guys. Yeah. We're fans getting, yeah, no. Let's see. You there. Alrighty then. Thank you though for the challenge, Torrid. With that said now, and I have a question. If one has never done any art but is planning to get into Pixelart, how would you suggest them start? I can say exclamation Pixelat GS. I wrote an article and also did a video about how to get started on Pixelart, so hopefully you'll find that handy. So, with that said, 24 hours and when? Nope, we're done. We're done there. And answers of mine like steel cage, no thoughts in, no thoughts out. Oh boy. With that said, in 3 minutes of silence work, I could never. So, I did not draw these. This. I drew this. These two. These are two are mine. You were asking earlier, Tech. I drew this. I drew this. I also drew this guy here. Those 3 are mine. What I did was, after I looked up Clip Studio Paint, after I figured out the drawing of the fox, I then was able to go back and figure out the fox. So this was the updated idea once I figured out, okay, now that I know the structure of the fox a little bit more, I was able to then completely flesh it out, and that gives us the finished fox final product of, if I hide this guy, this guy. I completed the fox, and the fox ended up looking like this, instead of what it initially looked like. If I click on, let's see, you hear these guys, not those guys, this guy, yeah. Initially,
Cat sat on keyboard, just redeemed hydrate.
After learning the anatomy, I don't have to eat a keyboard. It came from YouTube. Love the vids. Will this be your first game? My first game will be Necrotype Cafe. And if you'd like to take a look at the prototype, !ACROTYPE. But welcome in from YouTube. Welcome in. What we're doing right now is just a study, so it doesn't have to do with the game at all. And welcome in as well, firms. Welcome into stream. So what we'll be doing today is mostly the same as this. Well, we'll be looking at real life hands, drawing over them a little bit, then trying to translate them into pixel art. Once we give a good attempt at trying to draw them, then we'll go ahead and look at actual pixel art that have done hands before. Okay, wording has completely worded. With that said, let me go ahead and close you. I can say with 100% confidence, everything you can see on here, I have drawn. I tried my best to find anytime I drew a character with hands, these were my hands. So I'm hoping this is a good benchmark to see hands before hand study, hands after hand study. We don't talk about the Star Clicker game. That's one of my favorites. A little bit tricky. And what is Necrotype Cafe? Elevator pitch. Okay, you know what? Hold on. Nope. We're doing study today. We need to stay focused. We're getting off track here. Okay. We're going forward until we reach like 2 hours into the stream. I can't focus today, which is okay. With that said, what was I talking about? Yes. So that's what we'll be doing. We'll be drawing actual hands and then doing pixel art hands. Before we do that, I also wanted to mention, if we go back into our planning screen here, where are we? An hour into the stream and we've made no progress? Yeah, I realize when my war has been lost. It's okay though, we haven't done a study stream in a second, so I'm not surprised. And hi Redden, welcome back into the stream, welcome in. And I just, whenever I get excited, I tend to have this much energy, and I'm excited about pixel art, so the energy is here. I'll go ahead and do !DISCORD. So, if you happen to have drawn hands during stream and you'd like to share at the end of stream, what we'll be taking a look at is everyone who's drawn hands. Once you join the Discord there, you'll be able to go down here into Pixel Art Study with me, and what you should see at the very top here is character hands. So, if you post your hand study here, your hand drawings, we'll take a look and see what people have been up to. The idea is that we can gather all our notes and references together, and it allows us to see what everyone's up to. It gives I think it's fun to see everyone doing different studies. For example, this was an environment study we did, and people drew environments, so I always enjoy it. So that's also there too, if you'd like to do that as well. And we are starting hands. I draw bread, so I don't need hands. Funny enough, there was a video I saw that talked about, what was it? Drawing hands like loaves. And hi, Dumly Duckling. Welcome into stream as well. Welcome in. And given how much of a pain hands are in non-pixel art drawing, I can't help but worry when it comes to drawing in pixel art. We'll see how things go. Oh man. With all of that said, we can now, after 47 minutes, get into things. And what I thought would be the best way to start is, I think drawing the open hand might be the best approach. We'll try drawing the open hand today, a hand holding something, and then also a fist. So let's go ahead and grab some references of a hand holding something, shall we? What I'll go ahead and do is bring you back into PureRef here. I'll go ahead and open up you here, move you back into here. Should make us a little bit bigger here. There we go. Okay. Opening up there, I can go ahead and hide that guy there. There we go. And with that said, I have a lot of images I was able to find online. Draws around the world. Behold, a hand. Funny thing is, that is a way to draw a hand, especially when it comes to pixel art. It really depends on how big the pixel art is. The smaller it is, the simpler you can get with the drawings, which I think is super neat. I have a lot of hand references I was able to pull up. And what I wanted to look at, let's see, there was like a hand splayed one that's holding things. Let's take a look at this hand here. I'll drag it and copy it into Clip Studio Paint here. So give me 1 second to do that there. And you're getting handsy today. This is hands-on action. Let's see. Let me go ahead and close you. We should be able to close the Fox study, close you there, paste you into here. We have this hand we can take a look at. We also have, let's see if I click on, oh, there's so many tabs. I'll click on here again. I want to grab the hand that looks like regular hand. We'll grab this hand here. Regular hand that's held open, like this one here. And with these images of hands, what we're going to do is quickly try to see if we can dissect the hand into shapes. So if I bring you back into drawing here, this guy right here, I'll go ahead and paste them in. And we have a few hand looks, or what would you call it? The hand drawings. Let me go ahead and hide this guy here, and then I should be able to hide you here, and you should be able to see it as well as this guy to be hidden. So to begin, what I usually do is I go into, well, I used to draw in Clip Studio Paint. Now I don't. Now I'm doing Pixelart. However, as I said before, learning or looking at real references can be handy sometimes. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge, and my pinky doesn't bend like that. I can say my hands are very flexible, so what I think is normal when it comes to hand poses tends not to be. We'll go into here and figure out the hand. I was looking at getting Clip Studio Paint, but it's so expensive. I got Clip Studio Paint back when it was like the really early version. If you're unable to use Clip Studio Paint, what program could I recommend? I've heard good things about GIMP, good things about GIMP, good things about Krita. And let me write these here too. So GIMP or KRITA, GIMP or Krita, those two. And I've been using Krita. I've heard good things about it. And those look like my hands. I assure you I didn't take them and borrow them. We'll go ahead and make a new layer here. And all I wanted to do was figure out these simple shapes when it comes to drawing a hand. What are we seeing when we look at a hand? And if I grab this guy, I tend to break down the hand into 2 parts, or 3 parts maybe you could call it. I usually try to look for first the palm. So where's the palm? We kind of have the palm kind of come out here. Then we have this guy down here. Then we have the ankle here. Ankle. We have the wrist. And it kind of ends up, it feels like looking like a pentagon, you could call it maybe. Kind of like this shape here, we can say. Something like that, a bit of a pentagon. Then you have the hands. The fingers. You have the fingers, and Krita is nice. I've heard good things, and CSP is dope. It is. And don't worry, while you're battling the word and, I use the time to pull up resources and post them in Discord. I'll gladly share them, except my study stacks are 9. Well, thank you for sharing at it. And you know, I can't doubt you for, I can't shame you for not wanting to share your stacks. Like, I'm not sharing mine, that's for sure. This guy up here for our fingers kind of has a bit of a, what would you call it, a curve at the tip. And let me go down, hold on, we go down. And then there's also the thumb here that kind of goes up, it seems like, goes out a little bit, and it seems to be some sort of curve, maybe you could call it, and then a little bit of a point. And there also seems to be maybe a bit of a round bit here. That is how I would see about dissecting, and not for long. Welcome into stream, Stand-Up. Welcome back in. So, taking a look after we've looked at the muscles and the bones, when we see this hand, what do we see? Do we see the same shapes we saw before? We kind of have that still straight pentagon guy. Then we kind of have this guy going down again, so it goes down here. Then it goes back a little bit, hold up, goes back a bit. Then we have the wrist here, and then we kind of have the little guy we saw before. And again, we see our hands splayed, so they kind of go out. There's a little bit of the arc, so we kind of have an arc here. And then we have that thumb that goes out. And to keep it simple, just do a curve here and then a little point there. We'll do one more to see if we can figure it out. This is from the back. Let's see, if we were drawing the hand from the front, what do we get? We have here again, that bit of the front and the pentagon. Then we go down, we go out a little bit. Then we have that line at the bottom for the wrist again. And we do the side. So still 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 sides. We have here again with the thumb. I'm seeing a pattern here. It kind of curves out. Then we go into a little bit of a point there, or maybe you could say it's a little bit thicker here. Maybe something like that. And again, I'm guessing it's going to be an arc for the hands. Yep, a little bit of an arc for the hands. I'm picking up what they're putting down. I'm guessing how it's going to look is we're going to have, let's see, the pentagon, so something like this, and then we have a little bit of down, and then we come back a little bit. We have this line here, and hold on, this line about here, this line about here. Then we have a little bit of a curve, and then we have another bit there for the thumb. And then if I go ahead and grab you, hold on. And are you able to draw a hand like this? Nose included. That, I believe, would be the symbol of a pointer hand. And I don't know how to draw a pointy hands. I do know that. Oh boy. We next up then have our finger again. Hold on. Is it N I usually use, or which one here? I haven't touched this program. We're only touching it here once to be very brief. So let's see. Then this guy's shorter. This guy's a little bit taller. It's a pheasant. Do you mean the head or the nose? We have this guy here. So this guy about half. Then this guy about, let's see, maybe about, oh, hold on. We're checking. It has this line. The hand is on this line. So I tried adding it here. You know that it's more so up here, it seems like, and then it kind of goes out. That would be about the hand fill. So now that we have an idea of what the shape of a hand is, let's try to translate this shape into a pixel art, shall we? So what I'll go ahead and do is I'll grab this simple shape here, I'll go ahead and copy them, and then I'll go ahead and hide or show Aseprite instead. We'll reopen up our PRF here along with our images. So I'll go ahead and shrink you a bit there, make you a little bit smaller here, about there and there. Hold on, drag you out a little bit more about here, I'd say. And then I should be able to enable the PRF about here. Okay, and go ahead and save you here. So with all of that said, let me click back into Aseprite here. I'll go ahead and click the tab on there, and then we'll do new layer and hide the layer. And I'll also make sure my PRF is a little bit smaller. It's way too big for me on my screen. About here, I'd say. Move you there. Okay, I believe we should be good to go. So what we'll start off by doing is only using 2 colors when it comes to the hands. I think the less colors there are, the easier it is to do. And Aseprite, I'm telling you, we might just have to go 30 minutes past the regular time to make up for the N interruption. Okay, well, we'll take a stop here since they'll cut off, and then when we come back, we'll get started. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Okay, yeah, now my lesson has been learned. Never again, or maybe they start, at least when it comes to the what is it called? The pixel art studies, doing it a little bit differently. Oh boy, let me get some water here. Let's see. Tea stand, thank you as well for working with me through these trying times as I realize how tricky things can be when you have to do so many things. It's already, you can't double redeem, but you know what? It was a learning method. It's all good to go. And cat redeem, hydrate, sure
Cat
can
sat on
do.
keyboard,
More
just
water
redeemed
than more
hydrate.
water. Sure. Water's all good to go. Thank you for that redeem. What I'm also going to do is I'm going to grab, let's see. I'm going to grab this gal here, this character here, and we're going to paste you there. I think she's a good size to do. We also have, let's see, I'm looking at the hands here. This gal here for her hands, what I'm doing at the moment is I'm just grabbing the characters that have different sized hands. So anytime I've used a hand and made it big or small, for example, I'd say Gloria's hands here are bigger than these hands. And I want to grab one more hand, a tiny hand. So I think we'll maybe do, let's see, tiny hand. Who's tiny? Maybe we'll grab Satori. There you go. Copy you here, paste you into here. So we'll try to draw the hands from these guys here as the pointer hand. So go ahead and hide this guy here. Hide you as well. Oh, hold on. Hide you. Oh, I see. Hold on. I grabbed this incorrectly. No, I didn't read that. Lovely. I'll go and hide you here. Show you here. That's that guy there. Make sure you should be, let's see, grab you. There we go. So you're this guy here. Move you down a bit there. Grab you here with a copy of here. Paste you here. Hide you all here. There we go. This should be a little bit easier to see. And when we come back from the ad break, what we'll be doing is we'll be seeing if we can do these hands here. I'm thinking probably to start off doing a 16 by 16 hand. Maybe then we'll go a little bit bigger. You can even see this is 16 by 16. This one's about 16 by 16. I wonder if I've ever drawn a character with more than 16 by 16. This is probably the biggest hand I've done, but it wasn't really a, what would you call it? It was a shadow more so than a big hand. Let's see, biggest hand, yeah. I don't usually draw big hands. And one thing I think as well is that when trying to figure out how to draw something in Pixelart, figuring out the size is really important. If you're making sprites that are super duper tiny, you don't have to worry about details as much, but if you're making sprites that are a bit bigger, details are gonna be a little bit more important. So it really does depend. And I'd say as well that what I want to do for my games, if I scroll up here, you should be able to see, this is the current size, and I hope to keep my main character this size. I'm currently making a rhythm typing cafe game where you play as a necromancer, and this gal here is the main character. This is her current sprite, and welcome in the stream, Mr. Martin, welcome in, and happy affiliate anniversary, thank you, and that's like 2.5 bling fingers on a block, yeah, and welcome in as well. Is it Unshuko, possibly? Unushuko? Maybe I butchered it. Please correct me if I'm wrong, but thank you for the follow. Thank you. This is the current sprite for my game I'm making. She walks around, she moves. You can see for her hands, I did 2 dots. So to think of, probably in my game, I'm not going to need a very detailed sprite. And welcome back from the ad break. Welcome back. You have not missed the slightest thing. We haven't even got started. I was just talking about how depending on how big or depending on the purpose of your pixel art, you're going to need different results. For example, I focus on making character sprites, but every once in a while, I draw scenes of characters. For example, here, this is one I did, I think, the other day. And this is not much of a character sprite as it is more of a scene. But if you're trying to draw hands for a character sprite, you're gonna have a little bit of a different approach. And hi, is it Arix, possibly? Welcome in the stream. Welcome in. Yes, well, hello. With that said, what I did was I separated these guys into different character sizing. So we have small, oh, hold on. Actually, let me grab, let's see. We'll grab, let's see. We'll grab, who has a tiny hand? Any tiny hands? No, that's okay. We'll hide this guy then. With that said, I grabbed 3 different character sizes of my previous characters. And what we'll do now is we'll try to convert this character into that hand splaying motion we saw before. So I'll go ahead and move down here. This is about our little hand. We can see I'll move in. So with these colors, there's 3 colors in total: an outline color, a shade color, and a regular color. We'll do our best to stay with these 3 colors and see how well that goes. Am I on the right layer? I am not. Delete you, new layer here. Okay, so if our hand's about this side, if this size for our character, what we want to do is figure out how to draw this. Whenever I start off with figuring out Pixelart sizing, I usually try and are the background squares 16 by 16? Yes, indeed. 16 by 16 for each different square. And I think as well, you'll be able to see whenever I select something, or does it not pop up? It does a little bit. Do you see the numbers down there too? I don't know if they're really tiny, but when I select stuff, you should also be able to see the sizes of everything, as well as the board. But that said, I usually like to start off with the silhouette of something. So for example, if I'm drawing a character, I'll start off with the silhouette of a character. So I'll draw a little bit of a head here, and then maybe I might draw a little body here, and then a little hand waving. So I can get a good picture of what's going on. So we'll do that for the hand. We know what size we want to make it. Now we just need to detail it. And if we're going for this hand sprawling motion, we know again, right, we're looking for that kind of pentagon shape. So maybe we can kind of drag it out here, and then there's a little bit of a hand going up. And we know this guy, right? It goes down. So we're gonna make it maybe go down like this a little bit, drag it down, maybe to about there, gives us kind of that pentagon feel. And then we know our fingers kind of go up a little bit, and then kind of do a little bit of a wave pattern. So maybe this feels a little bit too tall, so maybe we can have a little bit of a wave pattern here, something like that. Fill that in, hold on, fill that in there. Fill this in here, and then maybe we can add the thumb about here, something like that there. That's a good start. It does not look like a hand quite yet, but we're cleaning it up as we go. With that said, I'll go ahead and copy you about there. So we have the kind of feel of our hand. Now we can kind of slowly start to modify it. If we know for certain we want to have the outline, let's go ahead and modify the outline. Figure out a little bit more of a hand. I know that this guy feels a little bit too big, so we'll go ahead and drag him maybe in a little bit. So I'll slide you over just a smidge. I also know that I want this to be a diagonal because that's the way the hand looks, right? So let's go ahead and maybe draw, we can either do a diagonal like this, or we can do a diagonal like this possibly, but I quite like the idea of doing a diagonal like that. I think that's a little bit nicer. So we do a little bit of a diagonal, maybe there and there. Actually, nope, I take it back. We do a diagonal like probably there. And then we need that straight line, so maybe we can do something like this. And hello, this is my first time here, but in these 5 minutes that I've been here, I'm really enjoying your stream. Thank you, lovely, and welcome in. We had some technical verbal difficulties earlier, but I'm glad we can get into things, and I'm glad you like it around here. If you do enjoy this, I do these study streams once a week every week, so feel free to come back. Wink, nudge. Let's see here. We're going about up in our diagonal feel, right? And then we go down a little bit, so maybe we can bring this down a bit more. And then we go up a bit more for our diagonal, so maybe something like that there. We know for certain that the middle part of our hand doesn't have that dark bit, so maybe we can do this here, and maybe we can actually make this the bit of the palm area for our hand. And once we get a good feel of it, then we can kind of start just slowly trying to mold it. So we can see here, maybe we can add that there. We know we need our thumb. We kind of have this thumb look already. So maybe we go down a little bit more, and then we can add our thumb in. Our thumb doesn't have to be too big. So maybe we can try something like, let's see, this maybe, that there. And then we can kind of add it in. And welcome, we're adopting it. How sweet. We'll go ahead and slide this guy in a little bit because I think something's off with his hand, right? It feels a little bit too wide. So I'm going to squish it in a little bit more probably. And maybe we can make this guy a little bit wider, a little bit like that, I think. Now we're just missing the bit of the hand fanning out. And gotta say, drawing a magma makes me appreciate Sprite. Yeah. Like, drawing a magma, I like to think keeps me humble in the sense of I never forget what it feels like to have good things, like Aseprite. I don't know where I'd be without Aseprite. We'll go ahead and draw our diagonal here, and then we know we need to go for that kind of hand sweeping motion. So how can we do that? I think this is a good start, maybe. And then maybe, let's see. We're going for like a diagonal bit here. So maybe we can go for something like this here for our diagonal hand. And if we go ahead and erase this, we have a little bit more of something that looks like a hand. We're slowly getting there. I can also go ahead and add the tips for here to be the tips of the hand. Though, if you notice, something's off about this hand. I think it's due to the lighting. I think because we made the front or the tips of the fingers in light and the bottom in darkness, and Magma isn't really for Pixelart. Nope, it's not. However, it's the only website I was able to find where everyone could draw on the same canvas, and that allowed you to use like a pixel pencil. So we just work with what we have. And I feel like I started Pixelart on MS Paint. It is definitely not meant for Pixelart. Yeah. It's unfortunate, but we do what we gotta. And what I wanted to show was that okay, let me rephrase that. I like Pixelart, if you couldn't tell. And one reason I like Pixelart is because you can only use 3 colors and get different results. If I were to, for example, draw or move the light from up here instead to down here, and move the shading from here to here, look how that changes the feel of the hand. Now it kind of feels like maybe the hand is coming closer to us because this is in light, and then this hand is kind of bending because this is in light and this is in darkness. It's that small change that I always really like about how you can use a few colors and just say, hey, doesn't this sound like it could be a thing? And I recently downloaded Aseprite. What size sprite should I use for my character work? It depends on how detailed you want your character. The bigger you go with characters, the harder it is. Oh, hold on. You saw nothing. You saw nothing. The bigger you go with characters, the harder it can be to stay consistent with them. For example here, if I wanted to make a character for a game, I do my best to make the sprites super small, so I might do something like one of these. I'd either do 16 by 16 or 16 by 32. I found I enjoy a lot more when it's 16 by 32 since it allows me to do bigger expressions, different hand gestures. So I'll usually keep my characters about 16 by 32. You can see that's from this template here, and then this one's still about 16 by 32, I'd say. Starting with 8-bit light sizing, simple? Can't be, but I'd argue a little bit that starting off with small pixel art, while it sounds simpler, I think it's harder in the sense of you have to make more choices. For example, do I want to add a pixel here, or do I want to remove it? Hold on, where'd it go? Well, hold on, yeah, buttons, where are we doing? Redo, is that what I did? Okay, I see. Removing this makes it rounder, adding it makes it sharper. It's that small change when it comes to tiny pixel art, and more of a 1x1 kind of pixel art. I see. And, did I miss something? I say we're kidnapping them, but I'm trying to be family friendly. Here, everything is on board. No illegal action, all right? Oh boy, Draw Pile lets you collab, but it's a program rather than a website. Oh, interesting. Probably wouldn't do Draw Pile then. I feel like having a website, or having it as a website instead of a program, makes it so people can hop in and out of the Draw Together a lot easier than saying, all right, to join, you gotta download this. Instead, it's like, hey, make an account, join this website. I think that's it adds less friction to get people to start. Now that we have our hand here, it's not quite like this hand, so let's modify it a little bit. And I'm thinking as well, we want to add this color here since, yeah, I don't want it to seem like we're doing or the hand's bending. So let's do this. Now that we have a little bit more, let's keep trying to modify it to be like this hand here. So let's copy this guy, paste this guy, and slide it over a little bit. And welcome in the stream, Curso. Welcome back in. And it's very hard to start with anything smaller than 24 pixels. Even Super Mario and Mega Man were 24. Yeah, I've noticed 16 by 16 is a little tricky. So sometimes my 16 by 16 character sprite is about 24 by 24 or 20 by 20 to give me a little bit more space, for example, to make jumping animations. With this hand here, we'll modify it a little bit more. For example, what I'm noticing, happy affiliate anniversary. Thank you, Rodrigo. Thank you. That's so sweet. Let's see. What I'm going to do is I'm going to make this hand a little bit wider. I think it's a little bit too slim. So we'll just make this guy maybe a little bit wider about here. I think that's nicer. However, now it doesn't look like it's kind of going outwards, is it? And hey, kid, wanna draw cool? Wanna draw with the cool kids? You gotta download the Certainly Not Suspicious program. Exactly. We'll go ahead and slide this guy over a little bit too, because we're doing our best to keep in line the shaping of it. It kind of goes this diagonal straight line. Oh, Mr. Red. And then it kind of goes, it seems to be straight up. So actually, if anything, we might have to do something like this. So we'll do up by maybe 3 here. Hold on. There's a separation, right? We can't forget about the separation. So actually, maybe more so up 3 here, up to there. So something like, oh, hold on. I think there's this hand we could do for that finger. Possibly. That looks very chunky, doesn't it? And I'm not too much a fan of too much chunkiness, so I might just move that guy down back a little bit more. And lastly, let's see. Maybe if we go diagonal up here, so maybe if we go up to here, so something like this where it goes up. Yeah, I think that works. In case someone doesn't see. Oh boy. I'm not sure. Oh boy. I'm not sure I'm prepared to. Oh my. What, hold on. Oh, okay, I see. Thank you for clipping that, games related. Thank you. That's kind of handy. I know myself, I try my best to clip, but clipping's tricky, especially in the moment, but thank you. You've made my job a lot easier. Let's see, we'll go ahead and slide this guy over a little bit more. I'd say we're getting something a little bit closer to the hand. This feels more hand. This, we're getting somewhere. Let's try molding it a little bit more. Maybe what we can do, we have this guy. Oh, you know what I noticed? This guy's shorter, isn't it? Let's try moving this guy a little bit shorter about here. And then maybe if we do, let's see, this guy up a bit there. He kind of looks like he's pointing now, doesn't he? And now I've seen some nothing twice. Oh boy, let's see. We'll make this go up a little bit, and then this guy kind of goes down. So maybe this is the end of our hand. We kind of have this finger here, possibly. I feel like it could go over a little bit more, like maybe, oh, hold on. That's more hand. That's definitely more hand. Then maybe if we do down a little bit more, like here and here, maybe make that a point. I think that's our hand. I think that looks like a hand. If that's a hand I've ever seen, I'm going to keep it. I think this looks like this just enough. We have the edge at the start. It goes down, has a little bit of a curve. Hands, basically, you start with silhouette and detail inwards. Yep. That's usually how I do most of my art when it comes to the process, where you start with a silhouette, get a good size of what you want, and then start to silhouette in. Let me go ahead and drag you up a little bit more, drag you down. Hold on, what are they? Bone cracking noises. No hands were harmed in the making of this art, I assure you. What we'll do then is we'll go ahead and save. Now, how can we possibly do the shading of this hand? We can only use two colors, if you can remember. So if we were to shade this guy, because this guy is closed hands, this one's open hands, so we kind of get a little bit of a tricky situation. I should have at some point here. The issue is all of these, well, not an issue, really, I have a problem with overabundance. There's so many, and the middle finger is the tallest, and it's the same height as the palm. Interesting, and hi, Talak. Hello, beautiful. Welcome in the stream. Welcome back in. Let's see here. Oh, it is the tallest, yeah. The thing is, are you going for, at least, this here is splayed, so I guess, yeah. I'm quite curious, and happy affiliate anniversary. Thank you. I'm curious, if we were to make the middle finger the tallest, how would that look, you think? I'm guessing we would get more of a kind of, what was it called? I don't remember the name. Let's drag this guy down. A glove hand. I think we would get more of a glove hand. So for example, if I slit this guy down a little bit, if we maybe made this guy a little bit taller about, let's see, if this is about our pinky bit there, move it up there, and if we do something like this, it feels a little bit more on the glove side. Maybe we can lower this guy down a little bit more. Maybe we can then lower this guy down a little bit more. Yeah, I get more of a glove feel. It definitely depends on the hands, and that's what I really like. And anatomically, exactly. The thing I like is that once you learn the correct way of doing it, you can mess around with cartoons and proportions. And I think that's something Pixelart does very well, is that when you're making such small sprites, you have to exaggerate things. Let's see. Is there an open hand here I could possibly use? There's a lot here, but specifically open hand. I thought it's, oh, here we are, lovely. So we have a bit of an open hand here. How are they shading their open hand? It seems to be the case. There's a lot of light coming from this area. There's a little bit of darkness here, a little bit of darkness here. So if I were to just use the shading I see in this image, what would we get? I'll go ahead and copy this guy here. We'll go ahead and slide you down so that it is visible. So we'll slide you down about there. Click on this guy. Let's see. Here and here. Copy you here. Copy. We'll go ahead and paste. And let's see. So if I know that the left is in shadow, maybe we can go ahead and do that. We'll just add a shadow to the little palm here. Something like that there. Okay. That's not too bad. What if we add then our pointed middle finger about here? If that's like the pointed finger, I don't know about that one. If its hand is maybe that there. What I'm saying is, or what it almost feels like, is there's three fingers here. For example, there's a finger here, and then there's a finger, let's see, about there and there and there. Like, something like that. It feels like it's curving, doesn't it? And hi, Roxreed. Welcome back in the stream. Welcome back in. And what if you did Pixelart VTuber model for yourself? I thought about doing it, but I like the anime style. So while I have done Pixelart drawings of myself, for example, if I just, let's see, if I hide this guy, show this guy here, I've drawn myself as Pixelart before to make a really big detailed Pixelart of myself. That'd be a big and heavy task, and that would involve as well learning how to make models and cutting and cropping, and I like having this anime feel. So the next time, or not the next time, when I do eventually get around to having an upgraded feel of me, I definitely will be doing 2D and an anime-ish style. Because I did think about the Pixelart feel, but I like the anime look. Yeah, realistic. Yep, and of course you can't do realistic 16 pixels. I don't know about that, Crystal. I've seen some people do really good pixel art and use such what's the word I'm looking for? Use such little what's the word? Such little pixels and use such much detail. A lot of detail in 16 by 16. You'd be surprised how much detail you can get with realism and real estate. Yeah. And a live 2D VTuber rigging does not look very good with pixel art. Yeah, it's the thing of I like the look of what's the word I'm looking for? I like the look of it when it is used as a sprite, but not much as a model. And where was I? Yes. So I was trying to do the hand. I was trying to look at the dark bits of the hand here. And I'm thinking maybe, right, we have this bit here for the dark end. So maybe we can do more so this here for our thumb. Make our thumb kind of go out a bit. So this is the bottom of the thumb. And then we have the bits at the top. So maybe we can do a finger like this up here. Maybe we can do a finger up here like that. And then maybe we can add a finger up there. That something doesn't quite look right. I can certainly say that. I've seen before people use like 2 fingers to describe a hand, but something's certainly off, isn't it? Something's certainly off. Oh, you know what I think? Maybe if we make this guy the light color and then the other 2 guys the dark color, that might work out. So what I'll do is I'll go ahead and add this color, this random color here. That way I can go ahead and add this color in here, and then maybe add this color about here and here. Maybe if we swap them around, do something like that. Not too bad if we add that color maybe there, and then do this color here. Might feel a little bit better. Something does feel off, I can say that. The pinky isn't quite pinking much for me. Maybe if we move this guy down a bit, do you think it would make it look more like a hand? A little bit, I'd say, but something still feels a little off, which is a-okay. The point of this section is that we're not looking at pixel art references because we're using our brain. And from here, what we'll do is do our own and then look at actual pixel art where people figured out how to do it. So let's see. I'm thinking for the moment, we'll keep my idea of, let's see. That's dark there, that's dark there. Yeah, something feels off about here, I think, is the issue, which is okie dokie. We'll go ahead, move that guy back up to there. If anything, maybe I wouldn't add shading to much of it. If I were to shade this, I might do something like that instead, go a little bit lower there. Something maybe like that there to show off the hand and palm. So this definitely doesn't feel quite right. So maybe what we can do is only make the tips of the fingers, something like that there, though. Now it looks like it's coming towards us, doesn't it? It looks like this is the palm of the hand and these are the tips of the fingers. So if this looks like it's coming towards us, maybe if we swap the colors, if we do something like here, here, and here, and make this color here, and maybe that color, this color, and make that color, now it kind of looks like it's going away, not much though. If anything, I think that would make it look like it's coming away. So you know what? We'll undo that guy there, and we'll keep it as this. I think this is the best I'm gonna get with the with the looks I have. And now that we have this, what we can do is look at some pixel art from different games. So we can go ahead and, well, before that, I also wanted to show off a game's hand sprites from a big sprite. As I said before, it really comes down to when you want to learn pixel art or put it in your game, what you're trying to do. My game requires sprites that are moving around and walking. To take a look at this pixel art from a visual novel game called Needy Streamer Overload, look at how big her hands are. I think the hands expressions here are adorable. I love those noses. Pixel art noses are just what I needed for my game. I do enjoy noses. I think they're great. And I always have 2 references for the hands, and Peak mentioned, I never got through the game. I didn't watch it. Well, I didn't play it, but I did watch a bit of it. I thought it was a cute game. I especially like the pixel art style. I just want to grab this hand as just a reference here. And if I, hold on, where's the hand at? New layer, paste layer. Look how big her hand is compared to my characters. She could pick the character up with her hand and use it like a figurine doll. So let's say, know the size you want to make your game, because either you'll have to figure out how to draw hands like this in high detail, yoink. Either you'll have to figure out how to make hands in high detail like this, or you'll have to learn the style of hands in this 2x2. That's the difference here. And I always have 2 references. Oh, I thought you were about to say I always have 2 references on hand. But no, you're saying for the hands. Yeah, 2 references, or the more references the merrier, I'd say. Usually I try to go for about 3. Three's my favorite number here. We'll go ahead and close this guy since we won't be getting into big pixel art, so there's no reason to touch it. We have a lot of games here to look at. Let me go ahead and hide this for a quick second. I tried my best to section them into the different actions. However, I realized halfway through that there's so many different games and so many different references that I wasn't able to get them all. So if you'd like to look at the games I have linked up here, they're all the names you should be able to find on here. And also make sure to note them. So if you do find a style that you like on here, you'll be able to look at the files. So if you do exclamation STUDY, you'll be able to go there and you'll be able to find the original files, sheets, and everything on the Spriter's resource. With that said, we're specifically looking for raised hands, hands that are raised out. And this is a game called, let's see here, Sudoku 2. I really enjoyed the look of these sprites. We're specifically looking for hands kind of held out. The thing is, these are kind of off to the side. I don't know if I was able to find a high five. These characters here are from a game called River City Girls. The hands are kind of out here too. We're looking for more of a high five, but I don't know if I have specific high five. They're kind of reaching out, but high five hands, are there any here? This is from a game called Ragnarok Online, this guy here. And this one I think too is, nope, this one's from Makai Kingdom. This guy here is from also Makai Kingdom. Hand out, any hands out? This one's from Shovel Knight. Hands out is what we're looking for. Hands out, hand raise. Maybe people don't do high fives too much. Interesting. Huh. I guess as well, it depends on what actions you would usually use for a hand. Or yeah, for example, if you are making a game about underwater adventures, you would you need to learn how to draw vehicles. You wouldn't learn how to draw cars unless you meet underwater cars. You would learn how to draw like scuba and aquamarine, things of that nature. So I guess it goes to show that the fact that I wasn't able to find like a high five hand means that it's not often used in games. It is usually more of hands that kind of are off to the side, a little bit divided. Never a full high five hand, which is interesting. Sometimes there are, right? Like how we saw with the Needy Streamer Overload, where she was having the hands out to the camera. But typically, just looking at the references I pulled up anytime there was a hand, not usually. The closest we have here is this guy from Shovel Knight, where the hand's kind of raised up, which is interesting. Interesting, huh? I really never considered that. It's nice to know in the sense of, it depends on the hand pose you're going for. When I have a hand like this, the hand's not even like a flat hand, like how I was drawing. It's down, it's not flat. You wouldn't draw this guy here and then you wouldn't have, hold on. You wouldn't have a hand and then you wouldn't have like a thumb here and then all of this hand here. Not quite, yeah, this is a completely a hand. So big. You would do something where the hand is from a side view. So something more so like that, where you can see part of the hand instead. So it's interesting to note that. It seems to be the case. Drawing a hand flat like hold on, drawing a hand flat like this, not typically done when it comes to game sprites. And clobber hand, massive. It reminds me of, who's that Spider-Man guy that turns into sand? The big sand man, maybe that's his name. The sand guy where you could turn his hand into objects. Let's see. And these tips are so handy. I'm glad to hear it. Let's see here. So, since it seems to be the case, punching studies flashbacks, oh yeah. Good news is hopefully we'll be able to get to fist today. That should be a lot of fun. So, since we know for a fact that our hands probably aren't going to be in this position, let's go ahead and see if we can understand, or at least translate our hand into looking more to what you would maybe typically draw. And what I'm thinking is, instead of a hand splayed out, maybe we can look for a hand that goes up in the air. Kind of like these, I'm thinking, what is a common sort of hand pose we see up here? There's a kind of hand raise up here. So maybe more of a hand raise is the one we should be looking for instead. Kind of like a guy out. So if I open up this guy here, let's see if we can find real hands that have that look to them that kind of go up a little bit. So let's see. Hand out, kind of like that. Hand clawed, hand back, hand up, hand kind of curled. Gun hands, point hands. We're looking for specifically hands that are kind of twisted a little bit. I'd say these guys, while they are good hands to draw, might not be worth drawing them because there are more common hands. It's like, oh, that's how I can describe it. Yeah, it's like learning a new language. When you learn a new language, you are going to start with the most common words. You aren't going to go for something that you might scarcely use. For example, with English, you learned how to say the word and because it's fairly commonly used. However, a word like blasphemy isn't going to be used often, so it's not worth knowing as much. If I go ahead and move over to here, let's see. So a hand sort of raised. What's a common hand pose we see among these guys? I'd say we kind of have maybe a hand turned up here. Are we seeing hands towards the sky? Hands up turned towards the sky. Yeah, it seems to be the case. Hands usually are drawn moving up towards the sky instead of doing it down. So, since we know that that seems to be a common factor here, is there a hand image that turns up towards the sky? Something like this. This guy's turned up towards the sky a little bit. He's not quite presenting things, so let's see. Any guy up here where you're turned up towards the sky? I might say, let's see, kind of an outreached hand. There's so many hands. I can't say that. And I hope to maybe star these two. And I'm learning Spanish wrong. The first word I learned was tangible or tangential. And insurmountable or deprived was cool to learn. Oh yeah, the thing is, while it might not be a requirement, if you enjoy learning new words, it's a lot of fun. And hi, Giggle. Welcome into stream. What a name. Welcome in, and thank you for the follow. Thank you. And what's good? It's going great, I'd say. And that looks handy. And hi, Crease Llama. Welcome into stream as well. Welcome back in. Let's see. Hand turned up. Is there a reference on a hand turned up, or am I just going to have to type into Google hand turned up reference? As I'd like to try drawing those guys since they seem to be quite common. And a hand, oh, like that, like a hand turned up. Is this a hand that's kind of being used? Yeah, I'd see something like this where the hand's turned out and up a little bit. So let's do this instead. Let's see if we were to do this guy here, and actually I'm going to move him up a little bit here. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to make it a little bit bigger. And let's see again if we can figure out the shapes that happen within the sky. So if I click on the sky, I save this guy here. I go ahead and right click on draw. Do we see that pentagon shape again? What I'm seeing is we have that bit there, right? That bit that goes out. We then have that guy that kind of goes down. It seems to be the case. Again, we have the little pentagon 5 shape. And then we have the thumb kind of come out a little bit. So I'll just do this here for a little stalk of the thumb. And then the fingers are very small because they're bending. So probably another little box here. And then a pointy finger about here. Let's give a hand at trying to draw this. Since it seems to be a more commonly used hand pose in Pixelart. I think that's a good thing to do. So I'll move you up here. I'll then make you smaller about down here. And let's give a go at this. So we'll go back over to here. And let's give a try, shall we? So again, I'll scroll out here a bit. Save this guy. Oh, you know what I also noticed too? We didn't even set out to do this hand pose. This hand pose was below in the bottom. So that's interesting to note. I'll go ahead and scroll out a little bit here. We'll go ahead and slide it up a bit. And let's give another go. So I'll save this guy here. We know again, we started with that kind of palm shape. And hi, orange. Welcome to the stream. Hello, welcome in. Let's see here. We'll start off by having the kind of palm bit here, depending on the size of the hand you want to go for. And then there's kind of a bit of an arc bit here, it seems to be the case of. So we'll add that arc bit there. Then there seems to be a bit of a pointer finger here, kind of something maybe like that. And then we kind of have a bit of a thumb there, something like that, I'd say. So we'll go ahead and copy this guy here. We have a bit of a idea of what we're going for. So let's go ahead now and see about drawing the outlines. What I can't say is that when something is on top of something else, how I'll usually do my outlines is I'll do them on, if something is on top of something else, I'll add an outline. Since these fingers are on top of the palm, I add an outline there. So what I maybe do, let's see, we have the arc of the fingers. We'll make sure to add that. This finger also comes out a little bit more. So maybe we can do something like, let's see, and nice Pixelart, thank you. And when I learned Spanish, my first word was mama. See, that's the thing. A more common word than other words. Yeah, that makes complete sense, I'd say. Maybe we can add a hand kind of up here. Maybe then it goes down here, up, down there. Maybe we can add, let's see, maybe possibly something down here. Maybe a little bit more there. Possibly maybe here. Maybe something like that. I'm completely butchering it, so let's go back a little bit. I think I'm thinking a little bit too much. This is just a block of pixels. So let's do a block of pixels. Something like this here, something more akin to this here, where it's a block of color. So let's do that instead. We have a block of our fingers. Something like that might even do, because we can see, right, it comes up above. So maybe we do instead something like that, where the finger is a little bit pointed. And then we have the other edge. So let's see. That, again, is the diagonal feel. So we'll go for something, let's see. Possibly, and now put a nose. It could be fun to do a nose study. So specifically on the body, face, and features. That could be fun. I won't deny that. That could be enjoyable. And a block of finger? That sounds horrifying. You never know. nose study. And I'm learning Aseprite and Spanish? No! The thing is, well, funny enough, I started learning Spanish a long time ago. I could, for example, say there's a water cycle song that you had to learn how to sing in Spanish, but as of right now, I'm learning how to speak, Japanese, that's it. And facial feature studies would go hard? Yeah, facial features study. We did a face study before and a head study, but I don't think we've done specifically facial features before. And looking at like eye studies, things like that, I think it could be a lot of fun. We have the hand kind of come up here, so we'll cut that up a little bit there. We notice that the fingers and hands, they're kind of diagonal here, so we think we're good to go there. After that, let's see, we have the thumb, so we'll add the thumb here once it comes up from about back here. So that's this line, is that line there. Let's go ahead then and maybe add that line here for our little thumb. So we'll maybe add this guy here, add the little point here. This guy goes down a little bit, so maybe we can add that guy there. And then we have the little finger bit. So we might add that finger bit about there, maybe there, and there, and there, and something like that, I'd say. Maybe. We'll see how it goes. I'll go ahead and erase this, add in the other features here. So something like that is a good start. We'll go ahead and copy you, save you, and then we'll go ahead and move you down, and let's modify it a little bit more to see if we can get something a little bit more similar. I think this is the case where we would use a shaded color instead of the overlay, just because of how the outline looks. So instead of making it super duper harsh, maybe what we can do is do something like this. It makes it a little bit softer, I'd say. Though it doesn't look like the hands kind of folding over. I'm not quite too sure. This is just trial and error truly. And if I'm still unable to get it, and if I'm still unable to understand it, what we can also do is break it down. So there's different ways to approach this. And oh nice, pre-guanta? If it doesn't break the rules, of course. Oh boy, while you can one off different languages, but the thing is, doing different languages makes it harder to, what's the word I'm looking for? Harder to moderate, so it is, to an extent, I'd say. However, if it's just one off, I don't think it's too much of a problem, but if you start having a whole conversation in a different language, then it makes it a little bit difficult to know what is and isn't against the rules. So let's see here. We'll bring our finger out. What I'm noticing is that this palm seems a little bit too wide. Let's bring that in a little bit there. We have the edge bits there. And yeah. Thank you for understanding as well. Let's see. I'm thinking as well, we can modify this guy, bring him out just a smidge here, because this is the front of the fingers. So maybe something like that can be good to go. A little bit like that. That's not too bad. This finger comes up a bit. It also kind of folds out. It's less of a point, more of a coming out bit here. So maybe we can do this. We can then move this guy out a little bit more, something like this here, drag this guy up a little bit here. This guy has about the edge, and hello, I want to ask, hi Freyren, welcome back in the stream. Do you guys make your own color palettes or do you look for them online? I find making color palettes pretty hard. Well, I don't have a specific, hold on, I can say is we did do a color study before where we made our own color palettes. I tend to enjoy, well, I don't make I find a color I like, I start from scratch, and then I go off of that. So for example, if I think, okay, I want to use an art piece with this color, I would then make my color palette around that color. So I do make my own colors palettes. Oh, but I usually start off of a color palette I enjoy. For example, let's see if I can quickly find this and don't have to go searching around for it. I have, let's see here. Where are we at? This here. I found this really nice looking color palette off of a Minecraft texture pack. It wasn't as highly saturated as I usually do my art, so I upped the saturation here. And now what I can say is, all right, anytime I want to start off with a color, I can just grab this blue, and okay, now I have a blue color. Or maybe I'm thinking I want to make something red. I'll then use a red color up here, and it's a nice place to get me started, and then I can make a color palette based off of these colors. It's usually how I use color palettes is I start with a color, an idea of a color, look at colors, choose a color, and go from there. I'll go ahead and close you. What I can say is I have a color palette I have made, and if I do exclamation FAQ, you should be able to find the color palette at the bottom of that screen. The color palette I've been working on for colors that range from me to Bobby here. Let me go ahead and slide this back over here, and let us continue, shall we? An amazing tutorial, thank you, Jack. Oh, I didn't know about modifying the colors of a palette, like saturation. Yeah, sometimes, well, I prefer high saturation. Some people prefer more, what is it called? Not only high saturation, but something like, what's it called? Hue, there's hue, saturation, and value. For example, something that's more, what's the word I'm looking for? Not lo-fi, something, what's the word I'm looking for? I can't word! Let's see. Something that's softer. Do you want your art to be soft? Do you want it to be harsh and fierce? figuring out the emotion you want to convey can also help you figure out the colors. For example, I quite think this is a passionate red. I like the feeling of this. This is a comforting red, but maybe I want it to be a dangerous red. I can make this red very bright and dangerous. Maybe I'm going for more of a comforting red. Maybe we go for something that's a little bit more softer. It's still red. Maybe we could call it pink, but maybe in this sense, this would be red. And then maybe this is more of a pink. It depends on the palette, what mood you're going for will determine what it looks like. Yeah, maybe that's red, maybe that's pink. It depends on the eye of the beholder. And pastel? Yeah, pastel. Wouldn't this be pastel? Pastel is usually low saturation, if I can recall correctly. Like, this would be a pastel green. And I'm not much of a pastel person. I usually like vibrant colors. Let me go ahead and erase the sky here and erase the sky here. So let's see, I'll go and save the sky. We're making this finger kind of come out a little bit. So let's see. Let's move you out to about here and here. So maybe something like, let's see. You have a kind of shadow for the thumb. The thumb kind of goes over it, doesn't it? So maybe we can move the thumb to about up here. I'm also checking the distance of everything. So maybe we have the thumb come up a bit and then come up and out a bit. So maybe it comes up and over like this. And that way it can now allow maybe possible shading for this finger here. Something like this and this. I think another tricky thing is because we're using, because we're using an outline on our fingers, I think it also makes it tricky since you have to balance the outlines versus non-outlines. And something I've noticed too is that sometimes characters don't have outlines for their hands just because it makes it easier to convey the feeling of a hand instead of having to worry about the outlines. It truly depends. So let's see. We have our thumb. We have it kind of pointing out. I'm also going to make the thumb a little bit wider since that's the pointy bit of the thumb. So let's see. Maybe make the thumb like that. We have our pointer finger. Now it's just these guys in here that I think needs a little bit of modification. So maybe we can move this out a bit. Hold on. Let's see. You have that there. It's a straight line, it seems like, about halfway here. And hi, Agape. Welcome in. And thank you for the happy anniversary wishes. Thank you. Let's see here. We have the finger that points up, something like that. And then we can have this guy. I'm thinking, I want to move it to like there. And maybe we can, does it allow us to turn it a bit there? Something like that I think might be a little bit nicer. This guy goes over a bit and then you kind of go around a bit. So I might do, let's see, might do two line here and then another line, let's see, down here. So maybe something more like this. We can fill this in then, and that doesn't look quite right, does it? So might have to modify it a little bit. What I'm also thinking is this palm doesn't quite feel right. I think what we might have to do is I'm going to drag this guy a little bit over and up. We're going to move you about up here, I think is a nicer spot for our palm. Though the thumb is a little bit off now, so let's see. Maybe we can do something like that, and that. Give the thumb a little bit more feel. And now what I'm thinking is we have this line here, and then we have that line. So this line goes up, over, and then it goes back down. So maybe we can do something more like that. And then this guy here goes down, so it's a little bit pointed because I see a little bit point there. And then it goes the diagonal. So it might be the case that we can fill, let's see, this in. And well, I need to dip. No worries at all, lazy loaf. Thanks for coming to stream and chatting for a bit. Thank you. And I got stuff there. I got things to do. Things I got to do. Bye-bye, y'all. Bye-bye. Thanks for chatting. Let's see. We'll move that there. This feels a little bit nicer, but I think we might be able to get away with it looking more rounded. So I might add this guy here, add this guy here, add this guy here. Maybe then we can move this up a little bit more. So something like this, you think? And then that's guy there. And now we can figure out the tips of the fingers. So what I'm thinking is, and picking a nose. Oh boy, hopefully not. I'm thinking maybe we can do the fingers, the tips of the fingers, something like this. Maybe we can fill it out there. Does that look like a hand? I'd say it does. We have the tip of the hand, and then maybe we can even add the thumb here, kind of make it look like it's coming up and out. So maybe something like that there to show the hand. I would then maybe see about moving this up a bit. So maybe we can move it up a bit more. So that hand kind of looks, it needs to be wide, not down, wider. So something more like that, I think, could go with the flow. And then we can round that out a little bit. So I might do something like that. With this said, with our hand said, let's now take a look at some examples since we couldn't before because it wasn't a common pose. So, oh, actually, maybe move you over a little bit more like that, possibly. We'll see. Now, we can go ahead and grab hands and fingers that have been splayed out. This one here from Sudoku 2. I'll go ahead and copy here. So I'll copy you here. We'll go ahead and paste you here. That's this guy here. And also, I'll make a new layer. Is this already the layer? Nope. It's this layer. Yes, new layer. Paste on there. This one's from Sudoku 2. And let's see here. Let's see. We have this guy out here who also has a hand out. So we'll grab, let's see, maybe this hand here. It kind of has a thumb coming out. So that there. And we'll grab one more hand to take a look at. Anything else from Sudoku 2? This one here. We'll look at this one here. So looking at their hands, looking at my hands, the first thing I see right away is that their hands are super duper tiny, while my hands are super duper big. Let me make a new layer here. While my hands are about this size, their hands are super duper, oh, hold on, let me move you about down to here. Their hands are small and tiny. What I want to try to see is, what's the silhouette these hands use? If I just go ahead and do something like this here, this here, this here, and grab all of these, what's the silhouette that we're seeing? Is it something similar to my silhouettes, or does it do something different? I'm noticing that it is a lot sharper than mine, which is interesting. There's a bit of what I mean by sharper is this versus this. There's a lot of points. I think maybe it would look like that, but there's a little bit of pointed little baby palms. They're adorable, aren't they? Let's see, we'll do that there, that there, that there. Hold on, that there, and then we'll add these guys here, here, and here, and here. And then we'll fill this in, so we can do something like this here, fill that in, that. Oh, never mind. Hold on, I need to do, I realized the layer is incorrect. Copy, then undo. This is not, it's the correct layer, which is okay, it's fine. Undo, 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 undo. Okay, redo, paste. There we go. Now it's the correct layer. Oh boy, I'm glad I got that. We'll go ahead and line this out here, 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 and here, 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 and finish up with these guys here. There you go, there you go, and there you go. There we go. Okay, so we have, oh yeah, okay, we're good. For a second I thought we did it wrong again, but we're okay. We can slide this up. These are the hand poses compared to my hand poses. What I'm noticing right away is that their hands are their palms. Their palms are very small. It's only like a 3x3 for the palms. Or yeah, like a 3x3. The palms seem to be about a 3x3. A 3x3 here too. Looking at my palms, definitely not a 3x3. My hands are super duper big. That's interesting to note. What we'll also do is we'll break down the shading and lighting of it. So I'll go ahead and grab these guys. And what we can do is, it's one of my favorite techniques when it comes to learning Pixelart, is I take an art piece and then I just slowly remove the colors from it. For example, this is the regular looking hand. What we'll do is I will just remove one color. So we'll remove this color here, and it gives us the feel of what it would look like before the shading's been added. Again, we can do this here, and we can see multiple colors are being used. So what I'll do first is I'll add that color, and then I won't do it again. So I would copy this guy here, and notice as well, when I remove that color, it makes the hand a lot less, what's the word I'm looking for? It makes it a lot less clear what's going on, which is interesting. I can say it seems to be the case Sudoku 2 uses a really big color palette when it comes to hands, as opposed to something like Shovel Knight, where you can see only 2 colors get used for hands. And I think I can show this to you here. Yeah, two to three colors get used for the hands. Sudoku said, nah, I'm gonna make sure it's as highly detailed as possible. And I hope to someday get to this point where my pixel art looks like this. Well, I do like low palettes of pixel art, and I like this. I like how detailed you can get, but still using small pixel art. That's my goal at least, is small pixel art, highly detailed. I like small, highly detailed. Even something like this. It's small, highly detailed. However, there's no outline. So it's a thing of taking what you like, taking what you don't like. I really like the sprites of River City Girls, but I like how there's colored outlines here. So I would mix and match the 2 styles. We'll go ahead and copy this guy here, and we'll go ahead and save. So once this guy, we've removed a color, let's remove another color. So I'll go down here, and what I do then is grab, let's remove this color here, since this is the dark color. So I'll grab you here, and we'll go ahead and remove this color. So we just remove that color. Doesn't look odd, so maybe what we do is make this color then the light color. That looks a little bit better. It feels almost like they're making the dog pose with their fingers. Can you see it? And we'll move, well, we can remove that color too. That gives us a look at the hand. And lastly, let's look at this hand too. I'm just trying my best at the moment to observe and soak in the information into my brain in the sense of what pattern am I seeing? What am I noticing? Noticing really small hand, about a 3x3 palm. They keep it small, they keep it tiny, and the fingers only go out about a diagonal like this, or they make it like a straight line. That's the only 2 they do, it seems to be the case of, which is super duper interesting. So let's see. Well, lastly, dissect this guy. So we'll take this image here. Oh, hold on. I already have one, don't I? Undo, 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 undo. There we go. Okay, we'll go ahead and remove our highlight color maybe. So maybe we can do that there. That can work, but maybe if we remove our dark color then? Nope, definitely not. The hope is that by removing colors, it makes it easier to understand it makes it easier to figure out where the shading method went. For example, I think it was here, and then the highlights were added. I don't think it was, well, hold on, if I go back to here. I don't think the art was done, for example, here and here with the dark colors on and then the highlights. this feels more readable than the other options, more legible. I think that's the better word for it. And we'll grab this guy one more time and we'll go ahead and make you the light color. So now we have 3 hands that have the very light versions. And just to make this easier, what I'll go ahead and do is I will line them up. So we have this here, then we have this here, and then we have this here for our hands. So we'll go ahead and, oh, hold on. This guy needs to go for the second part there. Yep. This then needs to go here, and then you also kind of get moved over because you're both the same, I think just a little bit modified, so I'll slide you over. Are you the same? I think you're the same. We'll delete you then. We'll go ahead and drag you over here, so you're that to that. Drag you over to about here, drag you about here, just to make things, I think, a lot easier to understand. So move you there and move you about here. And it's interesting as well. There seems to be a 3-step process for most of these hands, and yet for this lady's hands, there's 2 hands. So that's interesting, or there's 2 colors instead of multiple colors. It seems to be the case that this guy here has the most detail when it comes to his hand, which is interesting. Okay, we should be good to go. We have on here our grid of detail, and with this grid, now that I've kind of taken it apart, what I can do now is compare it to mine. If I were to make mine a little bit more smaller and on detail, how would that maybe fill out? What we're going to do is we're first going to, and let's see, I'll make this Sudoken. Sudoken, I think that's what it's called. Let me double check. As Suidoken 2, or Suki, maybe Suikoden, maybe, possibly. I feel like I butchered that. We'll paste that into there. And this here is our hands, and this here is our outlines. I can go ahead and move you down here. There we go. Hands, pre-pixel. There we are. When that's done, I'm going to copy this. I'll make a new layer here and paste it. And Sukidoken. That's my guess. Though I already can feel the butchering of it. Oh boy. What we'll go ahead and do is try to make our hands. And hold on, let me drag this guy over too. Since it's about here, there we go. And we'll zoom this out. So if our hand is super duper small, and we know we have to do it in Suikoden, maybe? Suikoden? Is that a little bit better? We'll drag this guy over here too. So let's see. It's this hand here. And what I'm going to start off by doing is making sure we use our outline color and then our highlight color or regular color. So this color. All right. Now we know about the 3x3 palm, right? So let's make our palm smaller. And truth be told, we might just have to make it teeny tiny, or I was thinking we could just do something like this, but it might just be better to start from scratch. So maybe what we can do is have a hand, and I'll grab this color just to use, and we have the 3x3. So we know for certain that palm's about 3x3. So about 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. It's about 3x3. And then you add a little bit more. This hand out here is outstretched. This hand has the palms going down. This hand has the palms going up. Is there at all an example of the palms being folded? Any at all? I'd say this one maybe, or this one possibly. Does it look like the hands are folded or maybe stretched out more? Let's see. That's all of this one here. And hydration? Sure, can do.
Cat sat on keyboard,
Water.
just redeemed hydrate.
Hydration done. Thank you for that redeem, Cat on keyboard. Let's see. We'll move you back to here and here. So if we know our palms are going to be about this small size, what can we do? If we see, and let me also add this guy here, we know the 3x3 boxes exist, and I'll actually make it a big bright purple to make it easier to see. I'll copy this to here. I'll then copy it to about here. So this is about from the palm, I'd say, and this is about from the palm. We're seeing that 3x3. After that, it gets a little wacky. It gets a little crazy in the sense of now the fingers kind of just go out. This one here, I would say the palm's more here because it's outstretched, and this one also has maybe palm and fingers. But if we know that it goes a little crazy, then for ours, we are probably going to add a, what's it called? The thumb as 2 fingers because we see them for different ones. 2 fingers. So what I'm thinking is maybe we just have this and make it a diagonal. So maybe something like that and that. After that, let's see. We're then going to do another pointed finger. These pointed fingers seem to be sometimes straight lines. So maybe we can make this line kind of go, let's see. Maybe go out a little bit here. So maybe we can go 1 out and then out 2. No, hold on. Something like that, I'm thinking. Maybe something like that. Your streams are my go-to when I need a hand. Oh boy. Terrible, Jack. I feel like we've already made many hand-related name puns. Oh, it's interesting to hear it out on that one. How silly. Let's see. Move you there. I'd say maybe we could say about there. Probably that could maybe be the hand. It's very tiny, but we know already the hand is going to be tiny. Let's add our outline very quickly. So I'll go ahead and also, is this, oh, it is selected. Hold on. You need to slide over here. There you go. Okay. But this guy here, I'm going to do Shift O. I should be able to then add the outline. The outline should also add the corners, so we'll also add those corners. Never mind. I don't think that should be added, so we'll do okay. And surely Chick will want to run out at some point before the puns get out of hand. Oh boy. Bad. Bad. Both of you. Bad. Very bad. Let's see. With this guy filled out as our outline, we can also go ahead and add the skin tone. And now we can see a little bit clearer. Hopefully it'll hold on. Let me also grab this guy here, copy it, and then go ahead and redo everything. So redo, Control-Shift-Z, or will it not let me? That's okay if it doesn't. That's all right. We'll go ahead and make this the skin color is what I was saying. And then we'll also do the dark color here. So Shift-O, do that there for the outline. And hi, Anne. Welcome back in the stream. Welcome in. Hello. Welcome into Hand Studies. And let me in on being a bad influence in chat. These puns really handle the pressure of being a perfect fit. And you get over there too. You all need to think about your you too, Towak. This looks handsome. Oh boy, what have you all done? Are you proud, huh? Is this what you consider entertainment? Oh my. Well, again, try to make this tiny. We're going for as small as possible. We can make it wider, we can. But we just want to make sure it stays within the range that we know. Something small. And here's handle all your Bobby drawings. Any references? Where can I find them? I don't think I have many Bobby drawings just because he's very tricky to draw. I have hold on. I think at most I have, if I just very quickly look them up, I should have two Bobby drawings I've ever done. We have the emotes of the Bobby and also, where are we at? Pixelart. It should be under Pixelart. Ah, I found them. We're good. There is this Bobby drawing. This one right here. That's a Bobby drawing. There is also, let's see. There's also this one here. Another little Bobby drawings. There's those two there. And after what I've written to Discord, I deserve this one. It really got out of hand. You could say. Hands down. These are all bad. I need tentacles. Yeah, see, that's the issue, Check. I have not learned how to draw tentacles correctly, so usually Bobby does not get tentacles drawn. If I do find them, though, and if you can at me in the fan art to find all the Bobby drawings I do have, I can definitely compile them together and see if I can get them to you. And
Idelsta step just redeemed
good to go.
Posture check.
Thank you for that posture check redeem. Now, where were we? The fingers kind of go down a little bit, so maybe what we can do is something more like this. How about this? We know our hands always don't have all of the features. For example, here I see one finger, two finger, rest of the fingers there. So, if we know it's about one finger, two finger, rest of the fingers there, how can we do this, you think? For starters, I'm thinking, let's see. I'm also wondering, maybe it's hard to see because of the colors. What if we were to make the colors this and then this? Would it be easier to spot what's different with ours? I think so. If it's one thing I've also had problems with, it's figuring out the right shading when it comes to colors, or when it comes to skin tones, figuring out the outline. I can do the shading, but the outlines are always very tricky. So we have a hand here now. Let's modify it a little bit. Again, we want to keep in mind that it's a 3x3. So I'll go ahead and I'll just grab this guy here, and we know for certain it has a 3x3. So I'll go ahead and just make this a 3x3. That way we can know on hand what it is. And with that said, we'll go ahead and grab you back here. So for our thumb, maybe we can have the thumb just come straight out, something like this here. We know the thumb can be pointed, so maybe the thumb just comes like this. Thumb's pointed out, hand out like that. Next up, we know about the finger coming out a little bit as well, so maybe we can do something like that. And then, oh, hold on, that's the thumb, and then this guy would maybe go diagonal, so maybe something like this. Maybe then we can also add a pointed bit there. And posture check! No thanks, my back's in 3 parts on the ground. Well, that doesn't sound healthy. You might need to get that checked. Thank you. I'll be here all night. Oh boy, let's see. We'll go ahead and maybe I really want to make this like a diagonal look, but I don't know if it's possible. Let's see if we move this guy down. Oh no, we can. Something like that, and that pun hurt more than my back. No. Oh boy, I'd say maybe we can do the finger about here, and then maybe we can add, let's see, lines. Let's see. The lines that go about here, I think, for the other finger here. We would do that there, maybe that there, something like that. Okay. Oh boy, something like this, I think, and something like that. And lastly, I would think maybe, let's see, 3x3, we're keeping that roll. Maybe we can move this down a little bit, keeping the 3x3, so this guy would get moved down a little bit more. So I'd say maybe if we were to do it more in the style smaller, maybe this is the hand pose it would be. The fingers coming over, the thumb here too. Maybe you could even make the thumb diagonal a bit. So maybe I can copy this guy here. I'm trying my best to keep to that 3x3 idea. I put the 3x3 grid down and then add the fingers there. Keep the fingers about 1 to 2 pixels long and just try my best to stay within those parameters. I'm wondering if the thumb were to look like this, that definitely does look odd. Maybe if we move the thumb to about here and here, hold on. Maybe if we do like something like that, does that still feel off? I feel like the thumb would come out a little bit more, something like that. Though, what do you think? Does it, between these two, how does it feel? I'm also noticing as well that the shading isn't on here. So actually, let me just modify this too. So we have that one, and this handcrafted humor is on point. Bad, I tell you, go back home. Let's see. I'll modify this guy since I'm not seeing that black outline used or the dark outline. And we'll keep these two and keep going with them to see where they lead us. So I'll go do that guy there and I'll do that guy there. The different thumbs. So now that we have our step 1 hand complete, we add the shading. So I'll go ahead and save this guy here. Move him up a little bit. Let's try shading these guys now. So I'll go ahead and slide you about down here. And since we're keeping to the idea of using this one here, I'll do it about there. And we'll grab you here. So copy you, paste you, and we'll move over to here. So saving this guy, now we need the shadows. What are we noticing with the shadows? Depending on the hand position, for example, this hand is pointing up towards the sky, so the darkness is below it. And the darkness is also in between. For this guy here, the hand's stretched out, so I'm guessing they're using the palm of the hand a little bit more. So, since our hand, we know that this will be the bottom of our fingers, maybe we can add that color there, because this finger then is going down for the highlight of the thumb. Maybe we can add the color here, maybe here, possibly. I'm thinking, actually, maybe we can do that color there. And then we're also going to need possibly the hand, what's the word I'm looking for? The outline of the fingers. So maybe we can do something more like that and that and that. Maybe? How does that look? That doesn't feel like our hand. I'll be honest, it might have to be modified just a smidge. And on the topic of Bobby's tentacles, I recall that on one of the Delta Room streams, you mentioned that someday you'll draw Bobby doing the Squidward dance. Did I? I don't remember that, I'll be honest. But that sounds like a great idea if I thought of it. Boy, let's pass me quite creative. Oh boy, that would be fun to do. They have little squiggly arms. That'd be tricky, but maybe we can do it. Save it for like a completely an entire stream focused on octopus drawings. That could be fun. Let's see. Move you there. Copy you. We'll go and drag you down there and move it in. Hi, Chapel. Welcome in the stream. Welcome in.
Just redeemed
Sure. You know what? Since ad break's about to start, we'll go ahead and stretch. Yeah, that's perfect timing. Welcome in. Thank you for the ready. Let's see here. What I can go ahead and do, we'll start off by going stretching to the right. Little bit of stretch here. We'll then go ahead and do a stretch to the left. And then we'll go ahead and do a stretch to the back. Make sure you're not breaking anything. Very important. Back here. And then we can go ahead and do a bit of a stretch to the front. And that's back stretches. Now we'll move on to the neck again. If you break something, I shall not be held liable. Speak to my lawyer. Lawyer says I am not guilty. Therefore, I am not guilty. Let's go to the left here slowly. You want to do them slowly. Make sure they're not painful. This is supposed to limber your bones, make it relaxing. We do these stretches during the ad break because it makes it nicer. Not nice, but I guess, what's the word I'm looking for? Because most of the people I'm guessing in stream here are people who, what's the word I'm looking for? I forget. Most of the people here who are on the computer, usually they spend a lot of their time in the day on the computer. And usually that comes with sitting down for hours on end without moving. And a stagnant life like that means that later on in life, you'll get old knees or something like that. You'll have a few more health problems because you weren't stretching. So make sure to stretch or you'll face the consequences in the future. Don't say you haven't been warned. And hand say, let's go. Oh, Chapel, thank you for reminding me. Let me also do a shout out for you as well. I remember, and I don't think it was very recent, but I remember being present for your stream when someone asked about how to draw hands. I told myself I should have clipped it for later when I did eventually do the hand study, but I completely forgot. But I remember you talking about how to draw hands and your tips on hands. And when you mentioned the legal disclaimer disclosure when you get to the neck part, because, you know, the things that have been told in the past, I just want to make sure we're all on the same page. That's all. And why am I saying ads? I'm not quite too sure, Toak. That's quite odd. And I let you know I'm in my physical peak. Moves a finger. Okay. I stand corrected. Let's go to the left here. And then let's go to the right here a little bit. And then let's go to here. And I don't think I said that properly either, did I? Hand study, let's go. We'll go front a little bit here. And then we'll go to the right here a little bit. And you can hold these for, I'd say, about a minute. That's usually the comfy bit. And someone died during Air's stretch sequence once. No! Who? I need names. Let's go to the left here a little bit. And we should be good to go. Just a little stretch here. This has got to be probably my favorite. This right stretch right here. It's always quite nice and comfy. Another thing I can suggest is not only doing these stretches, getting up and stretching your legs. Like, I forget, the hamstring stretches you do when you're on the wall. Something like that. Or maybe doing some bending over, touching your toes. That's also a good stretch. And also stretching your eyes. Resetting your eyes by looking away a little bit. I believe it's the 3-3-3 rule, if I'm not mistaken. I don't remember the numbers or what it means. But I think it's every 30 minutes. Possibly every 30 minutes or 3 hours. There's a big difference, big difference, but I think it's every 30 minutes. Look away at least 3 meters from where you're sitting at for 3 minutes, something, 3 seconds, something like that. I don't know the specifics, but it's all in all, the idea is that you every so often you look at a faraway distance in your room from your computer to make sure your eyes aren't staying too focused on the thing. And 20, yes, 20, thank you, Crystal. 20 rule, yes. Was it 20 feet away every 20 minutes for 20 seconds? Was that it? Also, you can't skip leg day, it's very important. Yes, gotta keep those legs strong, so that's true, that was me. Hold on, you're still alive, you're still speaking, and thank you so for shout out, of course, Chapel, of course. So, welcome back for the ad breaks, and welcome back from stretching. Shall we continue? So let's see, I was saying, something feels off about this hand here. And I had to study 1 month on 1 month office ergonomics, so yeah, you're right. Oh, thank you. I just know that my body, it tends to, you know, since it tends to, I've learned over the years that if it's a use it or lose it situation. If I'm not moving around, then I'm going to lose the ability to move around. So if I want to keep moving around, I'm gonna have to move around. There's no way around it. Like, oh boy, I thought that was good. Let's see. Save that there. I quite like the way this feels when it looks more on the point a bit. I'm wondering, maybe what we can do is make the thumb look like it's going backwards instead. So maybe we can do the thumb back like this here. So, I don't know. That definitely makes it look like it's going back, but it's just a tiny, small little details, I think, that's always so tricky. So let's see, hand here. I like as well, there's 2 dots here to separate the two. And thank you for the follow, Toak. Look, it worked. Out of all the times, and welcome in again. And I do read that too, lovely. So let's see, we'll remove that hand then. We'll keep it, I think, as this guy here. I think the pointed finger works out well, but we're going to need to modify it a little bit more. So we'll grab our 3x3 rule here. 3 here, 3 here, 3 here. And let's keep modifying this a little bit. So let's see, I'm thinking maybe we have to move this guy in a little bit. So let's move this guy about here. Might be nicer. And thank you, Michael Scott. I mean, he's moving when you... Oh no, never mind. That's actually important. It reminds me of legs or arms. Who needs arms when you have legs like these? Let's see. We'll slide this over for our hand here. I'm thinking maybe we can then up this guy here. Maybe move him over a bit there. Maybe make it more like that there. Move it outwards a bit here. And this is the bottom of the fingers. So we make that the bottom of the fingers here. So that's the bottom, I'm thinking, and then we would add another bit there, but I'm not too sure about adding that line. Our hand's already so tiny, and this is the palm, right? So I guess, truth be told, since this is our palm, we can modify it a little bit. You can see the fingers get outstretched. They're about 2 to 3 pixels long. If we're looking at mine, that's about too long. These might be able to be made a little bit longer, and then he gets shot in the leg 72 times by a child. Great battle. Huh? Hold on now. Until acting good. Welcome again, Toak. Let's see here. I'm thinking maybe we can grab this guy, and I'll just save this here for a little bit later. I'm wondering if we can just stretch this out a little bit. But when I stretch it out, it doesn't quite look like the fingers are folded. So maybe not. Maybe we keep it as is. Maybe we can move this finger or move this thumb over a bit because I think it doesn't feel quite right. So maybe we can do, let's see. If we drag this guy over a bit here, does that change it at all? Does that modify the odd feelings I was getting? If we then add the thumb here and here, and then make the thumb like this here, that definitely feels like the thumb. It feels more like a thumb. I can say that. The thumb is thumbing. And never mind, you shot his heart, then made his leg explode. Huh? Hold on now. That sounds awful. I would never do such a thing. And if you saw me do it, I would need proof that said thing was done because I don't believe you. Not one bit. Let's see. Our thumb goes here, I'm wondering. So something like this. Is there a way we can make it just a little bit longer like that? Maybe. This is tricky. I can say that. Oh, you know what this looks like as well? Hold on. That's a new one. Hold on. I didn't mean to do this, but look at this. Look at this. Take a look at this. Look at that. What does that look like to you? Doesn't it look like a hand pose? Like the character would stand and then you would do hold on, where are we at? The whole hide that. Show that your hands. How big are your hands? What was your name? I don't think I ever gave her a name. I think I just gave her the name of Adventure Girl. But if I just grab these hands, not those hands, these hands, grab these hands here, and chick, I don't think that was her name, and I got my follower animation, my sub animation. Why do you hate me? What do you mean, Toakin? I do that as well, I think so. I don't think I saw a sub notification, if I'm not mistaken. Though, I do see that you are subs, and I can't say that I am grateful for such a thing. What I wanted to do was grab this gal here, and oh! I see! I thought you already subbed! There's the notification! Oh, man! Thank you for the little smiley face, and for the 11 months as well! And that reminds me of a chick, of a bird? Huh? Huh? Hold on now, chick. We might have to talk a little bit, you and I. I'm gonna need to know your sources. That one I'm not too sure about. What I wanted to do was copy her, and well, if it lets me, remove that. We're going to this layer here, paste you here, grab her, and I just wanted to see, I'm quite curious to know what it looks like if her hands were changed to this one. This looks like her hands are kind of pointing outwards, so if her hands were to be modified, what would it look like? As I think this is a nice pose in the sense of the little hand coming outwards. So I might put it like here, and then let's see. We'd remove that here, remove that there. We would then add this guy, make you this color here, and this guy here would be this instead. So that would go there, that would go there. And then we would add our dark color here, and then add the skin tone here. So it'd be something like this instead. How does that look, you think? Copy, paste it, flip it over here. So something about there-ish, and remove, I think, that there. Or, no, I think we're good. Okay, so it sounded nice on paper, but after review from the council, no, and as I consume the stream more and more, not true at all, Crystal, I assure you. And a headless burb without a leg? Okay, never mind. A headless burb without a leg. That's a lot of two non-things. I'm guessing maybe if the legs were down here and then if the head was here, I could see it, possibly. And there's still 23 minutes into my bedtime. Thank you very much. Okay, check now. Let's get you to bed. And the hands give me the pointing index hand type of vibe. Because you elaborate when you need a little bit, Chapel. And I think I read everything. I think so. Double checking. Yeah, we're good. Let's get you to bed. Maybe if the palm were more like this and here, that there. Maybe that would look a little bit nicer. Move that up there a little bit. And then let's just grab you again, copy you here. And I'm wondering, what's different about this? This looks like almost an unfinished sprite if I had to guess. Hold on, copy you, paste you into here. Yeah, you're as you need to be, about there, yeah. And now we just grab the hand, copy, paste, and I can't do that hand gesture. It's, your thumb's coming downwards and then your fingers are kind of pointing outwards. This feels plausible, like you could do it if you set your mind to it. And this guy here, I'm wondering, that there, and then this here and there, well, it was what it looks like, yeah. Not too bad, but as I'm looking at this, I'm realizing I think her arms might be too long. What do you think? Her arms are too long and you can't unsee it now? It looks like she's holding a sausage, which is a pretty funny word. And you done game dev for long? Not at all, and welcome in, Miss Puffle. I can say I've been doing game dev for about a year consistently, but I've been doing it on and off for about 3-ish years if I had to estimate. So I'm still, I'd say, very much a beginner in that aspect. I'm wondering, just out of my own curiosity, because this is an old sprite. This was back when I just started making character sprites. If I just move her hand up a little bit more, yeah, I knew it. I knew it. Your fingers are going past your knees. Usually, proportion-wise, they would not. So something I think here looks a little bit more correct. What do you think? Maybe, possibly. It feels, I think, nicer, the top versus the bottom. And finished any games? I have indeed, Miss Puffles. I have made 1 game so far. As I said, still very much a beginner. I mean, 1 game in 24 hours. If I do up here, exclamation itch, you should be able to find all of my games. And yes, but her arm is tall, not wrong, just stylized. Very fair point as well, Crystal. Very fair point. Yeah, realistically, humans' fingers go about to their, I think it's knees, just about to your knees, or is it half? No, it's about halfway, I think. It's about to your thigh, or is it to your hip? One of those two. I like how floppy her arms look, but this feels like her arms are less long and cool. Thank you. And thank you for asking as well. And the amount of focus was too much for you to handle, it seems. What do you mean, Ed? And it seems like amount of determination was too much for you to handle. Oh, I see. Fun fact, puns are the key to learning languages. Are they? And hard to elaborate, not gonna lie, no worries at all, Chapel. That is wholeheartedly understandable. I'm trying to explain and write out instructions and things of that nature when it comes to chat. I wholeheartedly understand. Thank you for the suggestion at the least, though, the typing action. Let's see. So with that said, we're looking for the hands to kind of look like their palm is coming upwards. And actually, yes, a dad joke as well. I know for certain at least what's the word I'm looking for. When it comes to jokes, you gotta know the language to understand it. There's a few sayings in certain languages that they're supposed to be funny, and they are funny if you know the language, but if you don't, it doesn't make as much sense. And I mean, the art looks really goofy, although one sprite looks suspicious. Do you mean this one here, or the previous sprites? I long typed out an answer, but reading it back? I understand that feeling too, yeah. I'll be writing out a message and then realize, you know what, I should just record myself saying it. That's easier. And actually, yes, and dad jokes as well to do that. And what am I looking at? Right now, we are trying to draw hands, and we're trying to draw this hand here. Initially, I drew that hand looking like, hold on, let me slide it over. This was my attempt at drawing a hand without any references, just from the Pixelart knowledge I knew. So this is the hand we tried to draw. Once I realized that wasn't going well, what we've done next is we've taken a look at a game called Sudoku Suikoden 2, and they are pixel art sprites. So what I did is I grabbed some of their hand sprites, and what we did next was we deconstructed the way the hands are. So now we're going back to my original sprite and modifying it to hopefully, with the style and with their techniques, figure out a hand that looks nicer than my original hand. And that makes more sense now? Yeah, I have no idea it does. And hands in pixel art is a breeze. And the final boss of art, hands! Welcome into stream. Welcome in. Let's see. So zooming back in here, I thought that this was a cute pose because it looks like the fingers pointing, and then you have that there, and then the little extra bits. But that was just something I noticed. So we'll go back to the original pose, and we're looking for something that looks like the palm is open. That's the thing. The palm needs to look like it's open, and then the fingers need to look like they're coming outwards a little bit. I think that's the trick here. Let me just double check that we're on the right layer. We are. So we have, for example, I'm thinking maybe we do this guy out here, and oh, he didn't read that. Let's see. Yeah, this guy here. This is our thumb, so that needs to come out. And I see the vision. I'm glad, Check. I'm glad. It really does feel like hands are those things where one pixel can make a big difference. This also feels like it's pointing out. I'm trying to figure out if I can make some sort of curved look. If we take a look at our references again, this hand here has that kind of curved feel here. And thank you for the follow as well, Miss Puffles, and welcome in again. So let's see. This guy here is also straight hand, but if the hand's kind of wrapping around a sort of a curved feeling, how can we do it? We know for certain this is our palm, right? This is supposed to represent this. So if this is our palm, maybe then that means we only do one pixel here. And hi, I'ma do it. Welcome back into stream. Welcome back in. And which decisions you made that increased scope would you say contributed to the most work added? I don't quite understand that question. Do you mean in my game, which decisions made the scope larger? If so, that's a little bit hard to answer at the moment because I would have to think about it. And like 42x42 size myself, interesting. I don't hear that often. Usually I stick to 16 by 16, but if I need to, I then go to 64 or 32 by 32. But 42 by 42, that's a new one. Interesting. If I don't have much experience with scope, unfortunately, I'ma do it. So I'd say decisions you made that increased scope. Yeah, I can't give you an answer because I haven't gotten to that part of game development. I know which features led me to think that the scope is small, and whenever I'm worried about scoping too big, I write out what the idea is, write down the instructions and what it would take to make it, and then I realize the scope, and that's helped me a lot in realizing, okay, let's avoid that. So let's see. I'm thinking what we can do is probably or possibly, this finger looks like it's going into the palm, right? So maybe if we did the finger, let's see, and it's a reference to Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. Oh, I see. So I use the size to be funny. Interesting. Huh. I would have never guessed that. let's see. I'll make this guy lower. And yeah, like some things that you add to scope isn't a huge amount of work, but some things like say adding art for every character is a huge amount of work. I see. Yeah, I'd have to think a little bit more about that. Because it's a thing of what might seem easy to one person might not, and what might seem easy to me, I'm not sure, since I haven't gotten to that. Oh, hold on. Okay, we are looking at that. I haven't gotten to that age of development where I haven't even reached the addition of other things. And scope, it's pain. I just recently added something that made so much work. You think something's not going to be difficult until it is. I do know that for sure. And sure, it would be somewhat personal. Yeah, I have not enough experience, I'd say, to answer that question quite yet. Let's see. If we maybe grab this guy here, move that guy in a bit here, maybe that can be the thumb. It kind of looks like a thumb, but the thumb would be pointed. So maybe we can do the thumb about here, and then have the thumb kind of come out there and there. That doesn't quite feel like a thumb. Maybe we can move it back out a little bit more to make this more like a thumb here. And then what we can say maybe is, now we have the pointer finger, move the pointer finger up, and it's cool to answer. Yes, you can. Yep, no worries at all. Chapel, yeah, feel free to. Let's see, move you up here, about finger here, finger about here, here. And then the thumb kind of goes out a little bit. So maybe, let's see, this guy goes diagonally. So we're probably going to get a finger like that, maybe. And then the thumb. And I always overscope, yeah. And I started touching game dev, and I'm high-key scared of sinking huge amount of times if no one plays the game. I guess that's just what the field is. I'd say, at least, going into making games with the idea that a lot of people are going to play it, or a little bit of people are going to play it, I would say it's not the best approach to take. It's like saying, I'm gonna make a book, and I'll be excited to hear all the reviews of the book that I've made. And I think that is an issue in the sense of when you get to that point and you don't get the result you want, it gets disappointing. I think instead you would say, I'm going to make a book because I want to make a book. I want to enjoy the process of making the book. And once it's finished, I know I have a completed project instead of thinking I want it to be used. Yeah. I think that's a better way to approach it. As, for example, I don't like editing, and when I make videos, what I used to think is, man, I worked all of this on my editing, and it's not getting as much traction as I thought. And then I'll turn around and make a video I make and editing in terms of 3 weeks of editing versus 1 day of editing. And the 1 day of editing got more results than the 3 weeks. And that was discouraging because I thought to myself, I put a lot of work into it, but I'm not seeing the results. And truthfully, the only thing you can control is yourself. So you can't put your hopes and wishes and dreams on other people. You have to know that only you are able to do certain things. And a healthier mindset, yeah. And surely this tiny detail won't disrupt my day-to-day life for the foreseeable future, right? You would think. And I just recently added a new biome to my game, which means new set of monsters, bosses, NPCs, and animations. Oh yeah. Biomes sound like they would be a bit of a pain to do. Let's see. We have hand here, that there. How about this? And then maybe if we move this down a little bit, so shrink this in for our fingers here, possibly. Maybe then if we add the arch to here, and here. And then maybe if we move in the other guys a little bit more. So maybe, let's see. That's 2 there. If we slide you in a little bit more. No, I don't think that works out as well as I thought. Something's wrong with this finger, I know for certain. I'm thinking the issue is that it needs to point more. So for example, I'm thinking it has to be more something like that. And then we would add the point of the finger here and here. But that doesn't look like a pointer finger does. Let's see. Undo. Okay, let's see. You there. Redo you. Okay. Something's certainly off. Let's grab our photos again and take a look at them so I can copy you here. And then, oh, nope, I can't. I just want to drag this over so we can get our references and see what we're messing up, because it's tricky. I definitely think, and that's the one thing about Pixelart in the sense of, while it's nice that you don't have to make art that's really big, super small art, 1 pixel changes a lot in money. Did I miss something, Cursor? Hold on, let me just double check. And yes, but her arm is tall, but not wrong stylized. Oh, okay, we're good. And, there's something wrong with the fingers, but you can't quite put your finger on it. Terrible. Good, but so bad, I tell you. Let's see, I'll slide this guy down here. Let's see. Maybe I chose a hard hand pose. Maybe that's the lesson here. Let me slide this guy over a little bit more so I can see it. Okay, so we have our hand here, and the look of it is what I'm wondering. We can see that the two fingers have kind of been separated. I'd say this is the pinky, and then this is the pointer and all the other feuds. Yeah, you got this. Thank you, thank you. I know, at the very least, if I wiggle these pixels around enough, eventually it'll look like something. It's just this hand right here. We might not be able to make it accurate, is what I'm thinking. For example, we know that this guy here should usually be about 2 pixels from the palm. It's usually about 2. It can sometimes be 3, but it depends. And the poses on the thumbnails look neat. The thumbnails? Do you mean the thumbnail of the YouTube stream, or what do you mean exactly? And let's see, save that guy there and move this guy to here. So our finger, I would think our pointer finger might come up more to about this here, because it's diagonal of the palm, right? So maybe, because this is the palm, right? This is the diagonal of the palm. You would maybe think this could go out maybe 3, like that, maybe, instead. And if that's going out by 3, then that means we could go ahead and add maybe a finger here, and then make it come back down a bit. So maybe, let's see, move you up a bit here, add a little 2 pointer fingers there. Yeah, okay, I think that can work. And now it's just the thumb we need to worry about. So maybe we can move you down here, but the thumb, maybe thumb here. And now that looks like a short hammer. It really can just start to look like blobs, and for there's only a certain amount of possible pixel placements, you will eventually hit the right answer. Yeah. And especially when you're using only so few colors, eventually something's gonna give. Either this is going to give, or I'm going to give, and I'm certainly not going to give. Let's see. We have the thumb here, a line here. There's a point here, but there's not a line here. The 2 dots I'm seeing. So I'm guessing you would move it, or move this guy here. But then this makes it look like the finger's curling up, which it's not. So what can we do? If we slide this guy over, is it too long for the hands? We know that this is the palm. This is about 4 pixels, 4 to 3 pixels. That's what we have to keep in mind. This is not 4 to 3 pixels. It goes beyond that range. So let's see. Okay, maybe what we can do is, I'm going to copy this just so we don't lose it, and make the hand HD, keep the rest of the game in pixels, easy. And I would recommend you to try and make some kind of skeleton of the hand, just the palm and the fingers and palm of the pose, or maybe Brandon James influenced me too much. Oh, the thing is, we did do that earlier with the idea of the skeleton for the hand, so there's different sections. If I go back to here, the idea of this here, but it doesn't quite translate well to pixel art, especially when it's really small pixel art. Making the skeleton is a bit harder. I would say the only way I would be able to make a skeleton is if I did the different sections of the hand. So for example, if I did instead something like this, so I say, okay, this is the palm of the hand, this guy right here, and then I do another color for the fingers. I think that's as well as a skeleton you could do at this scale, which could be a tactic I might have to use, since I've used it before, and I do like how there's different approaches you can do as well, as long as we stay out of yeah, I agree, Chuck, I agree. And here's this pre-experience with skeletons. I've got a skeleton of experience. Oh boy. Let's see here. If I slide you over and down a little bit, maybe we can make you kind of move diagonally. Like, let's see, that, and that, to maybe make it look like the hand here is kind of coming out and sliding. And then we have a bit of a point here, maybe. And then that's the fingers here. That's the palm. We know that for sure. And then the pointer finger. That kind of looks like a pointer finger. And there's Skelemy in an original. Oh, hold on. I didn't get that one. There's Skelemy and an unoriginal. That's Skelemy and unoriginal. Oh boy, sounds like maybe it's heresy you're trying to say. Oh boy, let's move this guy over a little bit more. Keep the idea of the guy in mind. And again, let's move this guy up a little bit more. Up, and up. Now, I definitely think our finger can be pointier. That's the thing here. This guy needs to have a little bit of a point. And 15 minutes check. Go to bed! Oh boy, let's see. Do you there? Okay. Maybe the finger can look like this because it's the pointer finger. The pointer finger kind of goes up. No! Maybe it can kind of come down here and down here like that. That's not too bad, but again, we want to make sure that at least, because of what we're seeing, it seems to be the fingers go about 4 out from it. This is more than 4. So we're trying to keep within those limits of the idea that it goes out just a smidge. So let's see, we have 1, 2, I'd say this is about 4, maybe, but it doesn't feel like the fingers pointing is the issue. So maybe we can do something like, let's see, that and that, possibly like that there, and then maybe if we add a pointed finger here, Maybe, but that still doesn't seem quite right. We can, again, slide it up and over, maybe for something like that. Pointer finger. Maybe, let's see. That finger would go pointed, and the those guys are coming out. I think that there. I'm a child, but not that much of a child. Thank you very much. Oh boy. Let's see. Yeah, I think the issue is the finger should kind of slide out a little bit. Something like this. Like that, I think, is more of what's going on here. So maybe if we grab that there, and then add the finger point here. So something like that here and here. And now, maybe we can also slide this guy over, maybe like here and here for more of the finger. Nope, that's good. I think that's fine. It's now just going to be a matter of this, this thumb that's going to give me issues, I'm sure. This is our pointer finger here, and then our thumb. So this is the pointer finger. Maybe pointer finger, and then we have these guys here. I somewhat want to move this guy up a little bit more for maybe more something like this here, but that doesn't feel like it's the three fingers folding over. And I'm getting the hold of it. Oh boy, let's see. Maybe one more down here. Maybe we can, oh, maybe if we move this guy two over like that, and then two over here and here, maybe like that can work out for the two fingers. Yeah, okay, go back. I really might have to just do more of these finger studies too, because I'm realizing, yeah, hand studies, that needs a dedicated topic at this point. This is the open palm. Yeah, okay. Let's give the idea of the, what's it called? The idea of the skeleton a try. I think that's a great idea and a great suggestion. So what we're seeing is, and what I'm trying to do is I want to have the fingers kind of like a diagonal feel. The thing is, these guys are kind of curved. So maybe that's my issue. Maybe I need to make this guy kind of curve in like that to that to that. But the point kind of looks off. So maybe it would be more so of a two curve here. And then it would be kind of like here to here for the folded bits, possibly. And then if we go grab another color, the thumb kind of comes out from this guy. So maybe we would get the thumb more up here and the thumb come up here a little bit. And then that leaves room for our pointer bit. So with these modifications, let's see. If I grab this guy here, I'll just copy it so we have it on hand in case a mistake is made. I'll then go ahead and make these guys here our lines. I'll then remove this guy here, remove this guy here. We'll add this guy here, add this guy here. We'll then also go ahead and add our thumb out. So let's see, our thumb would come out about here and here for more of a pointed feel. Then this guy can be this color. Hold on, let's see. This color here. Oh, I see. You need to be lower opacity as well. Where are you? What layer do you hold? This layer here? I see. Okay, hold on. We're gonna move you to this layer here, then move you to normal percentage up here. Yep. And then we'll go ahead and merge you two together and lower this guy down a little bit more. There we go. That way we can see it through everything. So this is see-through now. I might actually have to hold on. Let's see. Might have to actually make this a little bit lower opacity, just a smidge lower. And that's how you do puns, Toak. Relevant and straight to the point. Oh boy, yeah, about that bedtime check. Oh my. And then this finger here, let's see. Move this up in ears, TK. Let's see. Move you up to here, and then move you to here and here. So maybe something like this will work out a little bit better. It kind of looks like the fingers pointing outwards a little bit. Maybe we can make it a little bit longer, but again, 4, right? That rule of 4. So if our pointer finger is unable to point more, maybe what we can do is, or maybe something like that. Yeah. And then I'm thinking maybe we can make the thumb smaller, possibly. Like maybe if we move this guy, let's see. Move you to, let's see. It's giving pickaxe. It kind of looks like a, what is it called? Not a pickaxe, but a, what is it called? I forget the name of it. Like a boulder, like a blob of a boulder. If I had to guess the type of it, let's see. I want to move this guy out a little bit more. So you kind of go up a bit and then you go down a bit, something like that. And then for these guys, I'm thinking you go down a bit there. Maybe then we remove you there and there. And that gives us our thumb, but the thumb kind of comes out one more. So we'll see. If I go ahead and hide this guy now, how does that look? I definitely think it looks better than this here. I think the issue is just the thumb now. So how can we do the thumb? Maybe we can start off by doing a blobby bit here and then figuring out how we will want the thumb to possibly look. If we're looking at our references, the thumb doesn't really get a lot of thought put into it. It kind of just gets put out as 1 or 2 pixels. So again, I think I'm overthinking this. So if we were to make our thumb super duper short, maybe we can make the thumb like this here and then that here, and then have the lines kind of go here and here to here. So maybe thumb like that instead. And by the way, I started my Pixelart journey last year in February. I see, Ed. Do you feel like you've made improvements since starting? Let's see, move you there. So a thumb like that instead, maybe? This thumb should come in or outwards a little bit. So maybe what we can do is have this guy come outwards just a little bit. And then maybe you can drop inwards like that, a little bit more like that there for our thumb, then have this as a point. And then we can see about doing, let's see. If that's the thumb as a point there, then this finger will probably come out a little bit more to show off that, hey, it's a pointer finger. So let's see. Maybe we can now do that diagonal idea. So we can move you down here. And then now this guy here can be a point finger here. And now we can add those lines here. This guy gets divided, so you need to have those bits. But this guy here, I think you also have to stay. So something like this, I think might be our best bet. I think this can be smoothed out a little bit more, but I think we're getting there. And from an outsider's perspective, it did improve quite a lot. I agree, yeah, I do indeedy. I think I'll have to go check to see your old Pixelart versus your newer ones, but I can certainly say I agree. From beginning to start, it's nice to see as well. I mean, it's one thing to, what's the word I'm looking for? It's one thing to say you're going to improve, but to do it with consistency is another thing. And the thumb is connecting to the middle of the palm and close to the wrist. Let's see. Yeah, it's about here. So it'll be about, let's see, about here. Yeah, I think that's right. I just want to make sure our sizing is okay. We're still within the range of ideas here, which we are. We'll go back into here then. And maybe what we can do then, if that's the case, is if I grab our guy here, I think here and here. Yes, okay. You there. Maybe if we do, you come up and then, let's see, move you down and then move you over and then move you down like that. Maybe, and we hide this guy here. Oh, never mind. That does a quick look quite nice. Now looks like a, I can definitely say I don't see the hand anymore. And funnily enough, if you're drawing and learning mostly by yourself, I do not always see the scope and how I improve, so thanks for that. Yeah, when you're your own judge, it's hard to tell what's different from you from yesterday to today. But the good news is if you do start to see changes in your stuff, you know for certain that you're learning. And I see an axe. Oh yeah, like a hammer, like a little hammer guy here, and then you got a little mallet there. Yep, I see it. I definitely see the axe. Just a little axe. Let's see. Remove that there. Save that there. The thumb. I definitely think this finger's good. I like it a lot. Maybe if we do, I definitely think this guy going upwards is important. Maybe if we move this guy downwards a little bit here, like that, we're still dealing with our 3x3. Make sure that's certain. Move that there, possibly, because this is a palm again. That means that this here would be more where our index finger would go. So maybe we can move our index finger up a little bit and over a little bit, something like that there, maybe. But the side of our guys need to be still here. So either that there, possibly like that. And then this guy here, move that guy to about up here, probably, possibly. So maybe that there for our 2 fingers, or maybe just that. And see, I'm not that blind. And then it froze too. There it goes. Yeah. And it's always so nice to just see people doing things. And Pixelart is just the I forget what test it is. Is that the test where you see the different numbers and the different colors? Let's see. We move the thumb now. The thumb's about here. The thumb gets moved down. So possibly we can move the thumb to about here. We don't want to make it longer. So maybe this can work. Hide that guy there. Hold on. Something. I see something there. Possibly. Maybe. And ink blob. What do you see here? Oh! That makes sense. Yeah. I can certainly see it. Yeah. Ink blob. What do you see here? Let's see. The finger comes out here. That's that there. And then the thumb. The thumb is the tricky part. I'm wondering if we do the thumb like this and then have it come down a bit. And then we have this kind of come out a smidge here and then up here. And then have it come, let's see, that there and then there. Does that feel like it? And a bingo! I see. Let's see. Yeah, it comes out from the palm. The palm, have to remember, is that 3x3. So anything from the palm here. That thumb kind of goes, but the thumb feels too long is the issue. So maybe we can go ahead and hide this guy here. Makes the thumb smaller, but then that doesn't quite feel right. So it's tricky. And hi, Disco. Welcome to stream. Happy affiliate anniversary. Thank you, indeedy. Let's see. I think you're better off going there. Yeah. I think this might be, at least, and I'm kind of getting the vibes of that test where you have colors written in different colors and you have to press. Oh, that's called the Stroop test, if I'm not mistaken. I think that's what it is, unless I'm thinking of a different test. This is about the size of the hand. So let's keep this guy and keep going with it and see where we get. I was hoping to get to 3 hand types, but I think we might only have time for 2. So while I'm working on this still, I'll go ahead and ask the question. Once we get past this, what is the other hand type we should cover? There is, let's see if I go back to my planning here very quickly. We have hold and we have fist. So what I'll do is I'll do exclamation pull. Let's see. Chicken wing. I can see the chicken wing too. Yeah, I can see it. I can see it slash. Pull, I think I can do, and then click enter here. And let's see, which W-H-I-C-H, which hand pose next? Exclamation question mark. I'll go ahead and also make sure this is done on the YouTube side of things too. I should be able to click on that button here. Do that there, and then we'll go ahead and say fist, F-I-S-T-S, fist, or holding, H-O-L-D-I-N-G, holding. Holding and fist is kind of similar, but not quite. F-I-S-T-S, fist, and holding. There you go. And we'll have this poll last for about 5 minutes. I think it's a-okay to go. And allow additional votes? Yeah, we're good. And 5 minutes here. Yeah, okay. I'll start the poll then, and it should be enabled on both YouTube and on Twitch. And can we bet? Where would betting get you, Jack? What would you possibly be betting? And if I'm not mistaken, I believe you said you're in a country where you're not allowed to bet. If I'm not mistaken. Let's see. We have this guy here. Copy it, save it. Let's go ahead and move on to the next. Yeah. Now let's try the shading again. So I'll copy this guy here. I'll paste it here. Shading. How can we shade you? We know for certain that the bottom of this hand is going to be in the shading. So we can go ahead and add that. Maybe we can even go ahead and even add this guy here, something like that. And hold on, let me slide it up a little bit more about here. But the texturing on this feels a little bit wrong, so maybe it might be more so aligned here. And sadly, yes, but that would screw somebody up, most likely bad. You're just out here for violence, Jack. Oh boy, let's see. Move the... Oh my. We can maybe do this guy here and here then? Maybe? No, that definitely doesn't look like the hand. Or maybe it does. Maybe if we do this dot here, that dot here, and then maybe do, let's see, that line there. It kind of, maybe we can then add the dot here to show underneath. Maybe if we add in, maybe? If I zoom out, does it look like the fingers? I think the issue is we need more fingers here. I think the thumb, pointer finger, good. And something's missing. It's scanned by the cheese thief. I never lost a game. I've just been scammed. Oh, yes, right. Yes. I wouldn't call it scamming per se. I just think it was an unfortunate series of events. I think that's what it was. Scamming's quite a strong word, don't you think? Oh boy. What do you think? Does that look like the hand pose? Maybe if we add an underneath the thumb. So maybe if we add... The thing is, I think we're using too many dark colors and light colors together, but maybe if we do that there, and I'm wondering if it's like that there for the underneath the thumb. And I wonder if the thumb could be added as a... It's tricky. The thumb is quite long, so adding anything else to the thumb would make it a little bit too big, I think. Something like that there, that there. That doesn't quite look like thumb. It looks like someone's trying to reach and out and grab you with the little thumb here, and the fingers are out here, and this is the palm down here. So I think this might be the thing we have to go with. And it might just be. And if we go ahead as well and remove this here, possibly, maybe it'll look better if we add an arm. Maybe that's our issue here. We don't have an arm for our hand to look like it's connected to. So if I just were to, let's see here. Add a little arm here, like the arm in there. Add a little bit of arm here, and add the rest of the arm about here and here. Does that at all make it look nicer at all? Does that save it? And that's what a scammer would say. Excuses. Context always helps. Yep, and welcome in the stream. Welcome in. Yeah, I'd say if anything, if it's not looking right, it might be, yeah, due to the context. And posture check, sure. And welcome in the stream as well.
Just redeemed posture check.
Posture check. Thank you for that one. I'm gonna add a little bit of what's it called? A wrist. Maybe that's our issue. We need a wrist. So we'll add a little bit of a wrist here. It still looks like the hand's kind of outreaching, so maybe I'll make it longer. This length here. And how's it going? What hand have we gotten to make so far? We're on right now our outstretched hand. We've been on this for the past the most of this stream. We only started streaming about 40 minutes in because I couldn't even do it. I struggled, I think, at least for a good 20 minutes to not say the word and. Oh boy, it lagged stream so much. We're good now though, it was refunded, and I don't know. Oh, you know what? I can blame it on something. I didn't sleep last night, so maybe that's why my mind's foggy. Yeah, it's not a me problem, it's an environmental issue. And my coat's finally here, and for the past, yes. Oh boy, let's see. Maybe we can make that the thumb here, and then that there. Something like that there for our thumb. And then we can do something like that there, possibly. Could be the thumb. And then this guy looks like he'd come out a little bit, and then maybe come out a little bit more. So maybe if we erase you a bit there, and then move you to, let's see it. Hey Frost, what are you streaming? Your commentary is superb. Oh yeah, and not here for long yet. Just wanted to drop in for a bit because you're really excited about the stream. I'll catch the fun later tonight after I wake up. Well, I hope you have a lovely rest. Let's see. We do this guy here, and with the lack of sleep, your conscious adult decision. No, it's not like I spent all night playing Satisfactory. I don't stay up if I can help it, because I know I have stream in the morning, and I know I have to chat for 4 hours straight, so I need all the energy I can get. And it seems to be Fist was that size, and does it tell me? Oh, 1 vote, I see. Well, in a vote of 3 to 2 votes, Fist will be the one we do. I'll go ahead and end the poll here and also end the poll here. Alrighty then, we'll do Fist. And sorry, but it was denied. You'll still stay to the end with us. Oh boy. Let's see. Move that guy here. Maybe move this guy up to here. Like a finger there, maybe we can do. And then have the pointer finger come up here. Maybe if we move this back a bit. And no factory edition here. Nope, no, the factory must not grow. Exactly. Oh boy, let's see here. I'm wondering, still again, want to keep the 3x3. That's our most important thing we want to keep in mind. Gonna grab this guy here, 3x3. So this is the palm. This is the palm here. That looks like a really big thumb, yeah. And I'll really do it. I'm really flattered. Stream is going to be such a delay since I'm not feeling so well, and my laptop went kaboom. But here's hoping things go okay. Yeah, I agree too, Frost. Let's see, save this guy here, and then go back to this layer. Let's move up the thumb a bit. So I'm thinking probably could get away with maybe a bit less thumb, something like this here for thumb, maybe even, yeah, something like that there. Something where it kind of comes out a little bit more. And if that's the case, this guy also just seems, something seems off. I can certainly say that much. Maybe if it is something here, we kind of slide it over a little bit. This finger can't be too pointy, so maybe if we go ahead and grab this color here. Yeah, this is our thumb. This guy right here is our thumb. And then this is this bit here. So I'm wondering, maybe if we move it up, because this is a lot of space we don't need, we move this up here, and then move you, let's see, up to here maybe, and erase you here and here. Or no, we need to keep those two. Actually, move you over to there and there, I think might be a better bet. Yeah, like that. And then if we do, let's see, that here, so this is a finger, and then this is maybe a finger too. That does not look like a finger, I take it back. Maybe if we add the line here, but the shoe, yeah, these guys here. What I'm noticing for these hands, you can see shadow underneath. What does mine look like? Shadow underneath? Not quite. Some things are a little bit off. So how can we modify that? We'd say shadow underneath here, right? That would be the shadow underneath. And then this would also be a shadow underneath. This is our thumb, and we know our thumb would also have a shadow underneath because we can see the shadow underneath, and the palm would also have a shadow underneath. But I think there would be a bit of highlight for our hand, and I'm realizing as well this guy over here we are not able to see it, so there we go. And then the pointer finger is the real big issue here. We know for certain, might have to again squish it in to make it look more like the other one. So squish it in a little bit more. The thumb goes there, and then we know our pointer finger. That's the thing. Let's see, maybe if we add the finger now, like a pointer finger about here and here, here and here, here and here, here and here. And then if we point it outwards like that and that does not look like a pointer finger. It looks like a snake. Can you see it? The little eye here and then the slithery tongue. Let's see. I'll move you up here. Up here. Yeah. Okay. Maybe something like that. That finger there, pointer finger here. And now we can add the thumb in maybe about here, which means we can do about maybe this here, that there. So the thumb's kind of straight, so maybe we can do that there-ish. And then this guy here, let's see. Maybe now we can kind of move you up a bit there and there. Something like that. If we go ahead and hide this here, what do we get? Something's still a little off. Let's cover you up here. And then that pointer finger, I do like the idea of that. Maybe if these guys here were the bottom of the fingers, so that went there for the bottom. And then this guy here, maybe that there, maybe even move it over in a little bit. Tricky. Yeah, I think for the first hand pose, it might just be beyond my difficulty level at the moment. I'm level 1, trying to take on a level 100 boss. As this here, it might be worth it to come back to it with fresher eyes. As if you've been trying to do something for like the last 1 hour, 2 hours, and you're still not getting it, sometimes a good reset is a great idea. So, you know what? Let's look at our fist, and then if we have time, since we have about an hour and a little change left, let's try fist, and then see if we can come back to it. As yeah, I think fist might be a little bit nicer, and then seeing if after we figure out fist, where we go from there. So, with that said, we have a fist. Let's see, there's a fist there. Is there another fist we can look at? Another fist. Let's see. Fist there. We're looking for like a fist that's punching. So we'll do probably a fist like. Oh, gotta remember too, right? What animation or what hand would you expect to see as a sprite? Would you expect to see a hand like this that's pointing towards the screen? Not likely, because of the angles when it comes to drawing art. So I'd say a fist that's kind of going off to the side like this would be more likely, or a fist that's pointing straight at us. Something like this would be more likely. And hi, is it Amadre possibly? Welcome to stream. And if I pronounce that, please correct me if I'm wrong, but welcome in, and thank you for the well wishes. So let's see. With that said, keeping in mind the idea, or at least this idea of the palms are 3x3, I think it's possible. Let's see. If I slide down here a little bit, we know for certain that there's going to be a little bit of shadow, so I can go ahead and the thing is as well is because we don't see the palms anymore, it's a little tricky to know where the palms go. And it's kind of behind. What I'm seeing at the moment, and if I right click this guy and I click on draw, what you can see is that it looks like for the most part a big rectangle that kind of gets a little bit smaller. And then there's a bit of a bump here, and then another bit of a rectangle box, if I had to describe what I was saying. So with that in mind, let me go and remove you there. I can go ahead and clip this guy, grab the look of this here. And then we'll go ahead and paste this here, zoom out a little bit here, and move you to about here and here. And then if I, hold on, click you here, and then remove this, I should be able to remove that image. Never mind. Why won't it let me remove the image? Interesting. Is this a new feature? Or why won't it let me remove these guys? Do I have to click on it? Interesting, huh? I feel like it didn't used to do that. I know I did recently update PRF, so move you there. And apologies for gritting and dipping. No worries at all, Frost. I'm going to rest my head. It always makes me happy to see you killing as always. Thank you for a tiny bit. Of course, Frost, I hope you feel better soon. And it's been so long since I caused this stream. And welcome in, raiders. Welcome in. Thank you for the raid. Is it Rick Auckland? Possibly. I am prone to butcher names, so please let me know and correct me if I'm wrong. Let me go ahead and give you the shout out, and I can go ahead and do @ and then RIK. There you go. I hope you had a lovely stream. Fully understand if you have to raid and run, but quite curious to know what you were doing. Rick is fine. That makes it so much easier. I see. Well, welcome in, Rick. What we're doing today on today's board is we're trying to draw pixel art hands. I've drawn pixel art hands before. If I hide this, I can show you. This is all pixel art I've made in the past. I've sometimes drawn pixel art hands, but I've never actually tried to do a study. What I do here on stream once a week is we spend time doing a specific topic. So these are just drawings I made without trying to get into the nitty gritty of the different topics. So what we're doing today is we're trying to break down how hands look. And if I zoom out here, we can go to what we were just doing, what we're currently doing. I am trying to make hands based off of the style of Suikoden 2, that game. These are the full sprites here. But the idea is that by looking at actual official sprites from official games, we can get better at our pixel art. The pixel art hands, aren't they lovely? One day, I aspire to get to this level, but for now, my pixel art hands are to be desired. We initially made it look like this, and now I'm trying to make my hands. So these are my hands. The ones in the purple aren't my hands, just as a note. And trying is the keyword here. Nah, JK, she's doing a good job. I certainly do. And thank you. I was game jamming. Oh, how fun! And making a VTuber themed paper, please. Oh, how fun! Like a game for Game Boy Advance. Oh, how fun! And Taco Creep did the art. How fun! I will have to check out your channel later. That sounds so cool. I've wanted to make like a Papers, Please game, but also to do it a Game Boy Color. Oh, that sounds exciting. I hope you have fun with your game jam. And the pixel art hands, too close, tiny pixel art details. Yeah, the issue is, for the most part, when you zoom away, it gets a lot easier to see. And now I'm actually, maybe that's my issue. Maybe I'm looking through the keyhole instead of looking through the door. In the sense of, when my pixel art zoom in like this, of course it looks a little wonky. But if I zoom out and I were to see it on a character, how does it look from that distance? And truth be told, when I see this from this distance, maybe that's the key. For things that need, okay, hold on. maybe for things that are best looked at from far away, instead of looking here to draw and just checking over here every so often, maybe I do it in the reverse. I draw here and look here because this is the big picture. Maybe that can help because this doesn't look too bad, but when I'm zoomed in, it doesn't look quite right. And stay on target with our studies. We're studying, don't you worry, and we're doing great. And we just finished it with a ton of fun. I see. Well, if you'd like to link the game jam you made, I'm guessing maybe it's on itch, feel free to do so. Let's see here. So yeah, I'm always into learning about game jams and things of that nature. Let's see, if I do like this, oh, that's pointer fingers here, hold on. This guy here, yeah, but then this here. Maybe if we move this here, and we were doing fist, weren't we? I completely forgot we changed it. Hold on, I got a new idea. Let me see where this takes me before we do fist. And epiphany after 2 hours. Yep, that's the worst stream I've ever seen it. Oh, hold on, where were we? I'm lost. We were this, that, there. We were doing pointy hand. Where art thou? Where'd you go? It completely lost itself. It was here and now I don't see it. Oh, this is our pointy hand, and here it is. And thanks for letting me share. Of course. It's always fun to see people make things or plan to make things and finish it. It's even funner to know about game jams and completing them too. Let's see here. What I'm wondering is if we slide the hold on. If this arm comes up a little bit more, because the arm I think is coming from up too high. If we were to lower the arm, like maybe here, for example, or maybe even lower here, no, here to there. And before I make these changes, let me also copy this here and paste this here, just to see if I'm onto something. And your hands look great, by the way. Thank you. It's a struggle, but I am enjoying it. It's fun how just a small change can really change entirely everything. So let's see. This was the before, this is the after. So what I'm thinking is we have that there. Save this guy here. So I lowered down the arm. I think that made a difference. I then am also going to, and we have to keep in mind as well that this game seems to have the style of a 3x3 when it comes to the hands. So what I'll do is make sure we keep the 3x3 alive. We have 3x3, 3x3. There we are. That's where the palm goes. So we go back into our layer here, save it. Let's see. This guy, drag him out a little bit, make him come out a little bit more. That way we can add a little bit more hands or a little more finger features here. Something like that might work out a little bit better. If we add that line there, now I definitely can't see that. Might have to zoom just a little bit, zoom in a little smidge. Add that guy in about here, possibly, to make it look like the lines. And then if we maybe do this guy here, maybe we can then, let's see. I'm trying my best to keep it less than or around the 3 numbers. Let's see, you there. And it's nice seeing people's feedback. Have a hand in somebody's art. Awful, I say. Let's see here. We'll then do that and do that. Yeah, I'm thinking this is either too wide or something. I see a kind of curve going on. So, oh, you know what? I see a kind of curve going on. If I grab a draw guy here, you can see the outline is all, hold on. The outline's a curve. This guy here also to be noted that this guy is less than this guy. For mine, is there a curve? No, there is not. So that's a few things. I'm thinking this guy's got to go out a little bit more, either out or in. Either this guy goes out or the other guys go in. And we might have an easier time making this guy go in a little bit and then having it kind of come up a smidge. So maybe something more like this here, that there, to make it kind of look like it's maybe curving a smidge. So maybe something like that for our hand, though it kind of looks more like a grasping hand now. So maybe I'll go ahead and remove our pointer finger for now. What we can then see about doing is if I open up this here, that would be our wrist and our hand, our palm. That guy is this area here. That's that. So let's see. Go back to you here. We have our fingers, and our fingers are kind of going in a what's it called? I don't know what you would call it, but like a sort of spinny style here, a twist style. So we'll go ahead and modify that too. Hopefully then this can look like the fingers at the tips of the fingers. And if our tips of the fingers are here, and we know these guys are over here, then this guy's going to need to either go in or out or do something of the sort. So let's try moving now this guy out by 1 maybe, and down a little bit. So maybe, nope, definitely not that. Down there like that. And we move it up maybe to here, and maybe here possibly we could do, and then that's the thumb here, and that's the thumb there. Maybe, but that thumb looks like it needs to be a bit bigger. So maybe we can do you here, and then maybe you here, maybe. And I did read that too. And now we need the pointer finger, which I'm wondering if we can just do like a point here, there. This guy comes out more, but since it's stylized, we don't have to worry about too much of the details or the length of it too much. What's important to know about is what goes where. So this might be better to do. And then have this guy come up, have that guy come up. That guy kind of also looks like he should come back a little bit more. So maybe we can do back a little bit more like here, 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 something like that. And then we can go ahead and grab this finger. Let's see. So the pointer finger goes about out here, I'd say, and out there. And thank you, Smile, and not for the follow. And welcome into stream. Welcome into pixel pushing, apparently. We'll go ahead and add that there, add that there, add that there. Okay, maybe something like that. So this doesn't feel like a thumb anymore, so I'm just going to pop this out just a little bit more here. Maybe a little bit more here for our thumb. I'll have it come up over a little bit more. Maybe in 3 talls? I thought you were doing your 3 tails. I thought you were doing hands. Did I say tails or did I say tall? There's a smidge of a difference there. I'm also thinking maybe we can stretch this out a little bit more. Like the hand can come down a little bit more, but let's see. Move you down here, because this is going downwards. So if this hand's coming out, I expect it to go this way. That's how it's kind of going, or rather it's more so like a that way instead. So if that guy's there, then I would think this guy would come downwards. Oh, actually, it's going more so like this. Wrong direction. So let's go up with these guys. At the very least, they have to go up. Maybe they can go up a little bit more. We'll see. And well, I should get some rest. Yes. And thank you for reading once more. And I wholly understand reading and running. There we go. I hope your food's nice and I thought you said food. And rest. It was 17 hours. 17 hours? Yeah, it's a well-deserved rest, all right? The longest I've ever done is 4. So 17, yeah. Oh, I hope you have a really good long rest. My goodness. A chick's jokes when he's sleepy or a thing. Oh boy, it might be just imagining jokes at this point. And of course, let's see here. That guy, yeah, move you up to maybe here. There we go. And then this is these are our little finger guys here. But this here, it looks like our hand. So either this needs to go out or that needs to go in or something. Someone's got to change something. We can add that to maybe the finger here. Maybe, possibly. I could say maybe even that this could be different. This could be our pointer finger instead. But that doesn't quite look like a pointer finger compared to the other ones. Maybe something like that. And if I hide this guy here, looking at these two, if I scroll out a little bit, I can say at the very least, it definitely looks different. I don't know if it looks better or not. I'd say that this doesn't feel like their fingers here. So maybe if I do something like this and this, it can make it look like there's fingers here. The issue is our bottom fingers are kind of having what's the word I'm looking for? Like an arc going on. So it feels like there would be highlights here to show the fingers going up. But again, this might be beyond my skill level. I gave it another try, so now we do fist. And Eris couldn't even sleep 17 hours. She get tired from it. I wish I could sleep for 17 hours straight. That sounds like some good old rest. Let's see here. I'll save this guy. We'll go back to the fist. And since we have just about that hour left, yeah, we'll see about drawing the fist. Look at some fist references. And I think what we'll do next week is also do some more hand studies. Or I'm wondering, and this is something I can ask too, since the ad breaks are about to start. We'll let them run as I'm asking this question. What I've noticed is, or at least let me rephrase that. When I was gathering resources, and let me go ahead and scroll down here and go to this guy here. When I was gathering resources for this study, I ran into having or needing a lot. Let me hide this guy here, hide this guy, or they'll actually delete you. You shouldn't be here. Specifically, when I was looking at the sprites from River City Girls, it gave me a lot of inspiration. Shut up, Bobby. Hold on now, Tilak. You wash your mouth with soap there. Bobby is not to be, what's the word I'm looking for? Bobby's not to be, yes, Bobby's not to be. He is. Yep, that makes sense. What I'm thinking is, and what I wonder too is, I think another approach too as well, and maybe that's it. Maybe the art style we're going for is tricky. One thing I noticed when I was going through these River City Girl sprites, and can I make this darker? There should be a way to make it darker. Okay. I was confused why it was so bright. I'm not used to being so bright. When I was looking at these sprites, it's so interesting to see how the animations play out. When you go frame by frame, you can tell the difference. For example, she bounces up here. You get, without knowing the characters, you get You get an idea of who they are from their animations, which I think is just so cool. Not only their animations, but also their character design. But seeing her, despite falling down, giving a rock-on look, you can tell she's like really punk. And I look at these things, I look at these animations, and when I look at the hands, for example, I was trying to figure out what frames to do for the hands. What you'll notice is, if I can find a good example of this, even the bobbing back and forth for the beat 'em up style, looking at the hands and seeing how they animate through their poses, it makes me wonder if, to learn how to draw hands, maybe it would be a good idea to learn how to animate hands. Would that be a good idea, you think? Because, let's see if I can find a good one here. Whether it's trying to figure out how to do it from different angles, seeing it, for example, here, you have a hand that starts up here, a hand starts up here grabbing something, but to learn how to move the hand, so starting from one pose to another, that might be worth looking into because it goes down. You have to figure out how to curve it. Maybe that would be a good way to learn instead of trying to do singular poses. Maybe animation could be. And my e-learning manager brain is in overdrive, to be honest. Getting of ideas for structuring such study exercises. I'm glad. I've done before, at least when I was struggling to understand perspective, for example. What I've done is I learned how to animate a box in different rotations. So I learned how to rotate a box in order to figure out what perspective was, because drawing the box in different perspectives it didn't quite click. But when I learned how to animate the box rotating, then I could start to understand perspectives. So seeing something like this with the hands slowly curving around, you can see what lines are supposed to be what. For example, the different finger lines. When you see the arms start going around, you can then tell. Or for example, here, you know that's the bottom of the hand. When the hand pops up, you can see the different aspects of it. I think there's something about these right here that makes it really, I feel like it could be really good. Really good information here. And look at that. Has the hand curved out and then the push hand. There's a lot of just good sprites here. I love this channel, that's the point. Please do an animation. Hands, say no more. Do it. Or do it. I think it could be fun. Whether or not it would be painful, that's to be determined. But I think hand animations might be our better bet on learning hands. Because at this point, I'm trying to learn, I feel like I'm trying to get so specific on the hand pose that I don't see the big picture. So animation, at least, when you're doing it, you focus on the beginning frame, the last frame, the middle frame, and everything in between is just from the start to finish. So you don't have to worry too much about, you just worry about the overall look. You don't worry about the individual. It's like a book, like reading a book. You don't look at the individual pages when you're talking about a book. You're talking about the book as a whole, if that can make sense. Let me bring you back into draw here, and welcome back from the ad break, by the way. Welcome back in. Let's see, let me bring you back into draw here, like that. And there will be suffering. There will be pain. Indeed, agony. Let me clear my nose here. Give me 1 second. I think I have more tissue. I do. Yes, indeed. Give me 1 second. We're all good to go. Nose has been cleared. And sanitizer. There we go. Okay, so we're good to go. And there will be suffering. There will be pain. Oh, I did hear that. And painful, you mean fun in a special way? I mean, it goes back to the idea that some people learn differently in the sense of if watching over and over on repeat videos where people are just moving their hands, seeing that, breaking it down frame by frame could give you a better idea than seeing these still frames and still images of hands, because you get to see it moving, you get to see the 3D feel of it. I'm usually more, when it comes to studying, more of a hands-on person. So when I do studies, dissecting it, rebuilding it, that's more my speed than just trying to do one-to-one. I found this to be the best way I learned. And instructions unclear, I broke my hand. I'm not to be held liable, I tell ya. So let's see. Going back to the fist, and do we have a different fist? I know we had a fist earlier. Fist. Ah, here we are. We were doing our fist, weren't we? So, with the idea that we have with this style we're already doing, and there's so many styles, I just have to do specific style studies of different Pixelart, different Pixelart characters, because, and I'll show you, since I don't think we definitely won't be able to. I came across, I didn't even get to go through my entire list of games, but all of these games here, and to see the different ways to do it. For example, here, we won't do holding, but I can just show you. Simple hand, 2 colors, detailed hand, multiple colors, and seeing the way different styles worked from the different to the different peace sign going on. Or let's see here, the like for example, this point one here I think is really good. Tiny, small, very little, more detailed. There's a lot just in the different styles and knowing what size you want to make the different pixel art, which I think is just super duper neat. So let's see, with that said, let me go ahead and slide you back up to big guy and move you back to here. So with our knowledge already, we know that we want it to be about 3 by 3, but we also know we need a little bit of extra, a little bit of something. So I'm wondering if we can do this fist simple as can be, in the sense of we have this is our big fist, and then we have the thumb. The thumb kind of wraps around and goes underneath, so something like that could be our fist. And then maybe we could also do, let's see, yeah, maybe that's our fist. That's the gist of it. And then maybe what we can do is now just add in the pointy details, so something like that there, that there. What I'm noticing is there's not, what's the word I'm looking for? There's no outline here for the edge of it. So maybe we can add that. First, let's start off with this guy here. So this guy goes in and this guy goes in. I'm wondering if we want to add a point, but we'll stay away from the points for now. We'll go and say that this guy here, and then this guy kind of has a rotation. So maybe we can do 2 over and then 2 over again, but that doesn't look quite right. So we're going to do probably this guy here. Yeah, we'll see. This is just the base form for right now. And then this guy goes up here and that guy goes up here. And back, what did I miss? Welcome back, Crystal. We have moved on to fists. This was the best I could get with my pointer, my hand out pose. This one right here. Then again, I think this one might work a little bit better. The little bottom here, but the thumb. So, hold on. Hold on. I was, again, quite curious. I wonder if I grab the hand here, I grab this hand here, and if we were to become a Frankenstein for just a mere moment here, and I were to remove this hand here, this part of the hand, and I were to just move it to here and here, about there, how about that? And then we can go ahead and move that back up to here. How does that one feel? I feel like that's the best of both worlds. And wow, inspiring as always, Teacher X. Hold on now, I know, teacher. I have no idea what I'm doing. I think this one's the best out of all of them. The thumb still feels a little off, but I like the thumb and pointer from this one and the bottom of this one. Combining it, I think that gives us the result I was looking for a little bit more. And give me 1 second, let me get a little bit of tea here too. I haven't drunk any tea yet. Tasty. So with that said, let's zoom back into here for our feast. And Mom! Eris is committing. No! It's all standard procedure. Oh boy. Let's see this guy here. We'll go back and open this guy up. Yeah, I'm wondering, how do they do overlaid hands? Well, we'll see, right? This is just me trying to see if I can understand how to do hands a little bit more. Now that we've studied one style, can we go a little bit further? Can we make our fists a little bit nicer? And what I'm thinking is, what I'll do is I'll add a bit here. And I'm wondering as well, maybe what we do instead is, there's 2 ways we can do it. We can either do the outline, because we're only using 3 colors. So do we want to do an outline in the sense of something? And I'll grab this too, just to make it a little bit simpler on us. This guy here, do we want to do the outline as, and hi Wally, welcome back in the stream. Welcome back in. Let's see here. We grab that guy, and then this guy here will be a line, so he kind of goes down. It will probably be down like that there, and then this guy here we go in, and then this guy would kind of go up. So something like this here and that there would kind of be, nope, I like that a little bit better. Check a snitching again. And the energy to bring to those studies will certainly pack a punch. Shoo. Be gone with that. Let's see here. I think maybe we could do something like this here. Maybe then though, let's see. I like this. And then if we move it down, so we go and move this down. Let's see. An Eris, no, I didn't read that. Lovely. Let's see. Move that up here and then see that there. So that there. What I'm realizing, right, is that it's this block. So I'm wondering if we need to move this little fist down, or move this little thumb down, I suppose. More so like this. Hold on. Let's see. If I grab this guy here, we grab this guy here. We'll move it down to here, and here. Grab you down there. Move you over a little bit. This is our little thumb. He'll come back. Don't worry. He's not gone. He's just in a different spot. And chicken nugget. Oh, what I would do for a chicken nugget. It sounds so tasty. Hold on, it's a little bit longer as in a chicken nugget. It sounds delicious. I could certainly go for a chicken nugget. Oh boy. I need to make more chicken nuggets though. But now I'm getting hungry. No. Oh boy, this is bad. This is very bad. Here's fucking a chicken nugget. Who would have thought Eris would make hands hungry, or hands would make Eris hungry? Well, it didn't until the mention of chicken nuggets was brought up. That's the difference here. This hand's not very chicken nugget coated. The brown, I tell ya. It's a nice brown. I like how it's nice and saturated. It's pretty. Let's see. So we do that there as this kind of outline bit here. As the hands are going down, I'm wondering if then we can make this guy kind of look like it has the front here, and then if we add the fist in here, does it look like... Ooh, this is gonna be tricky. Tricky. Okay, hold on. Maybe we do more of that diagonal shape. So instead of doing a curved look, maybe if we were to do something more so like this to here, this to here, this to here, and then this guy goes straight. So you kind of go straight about here and here, and then you go up a little bit. So maybe more so up a bit here. Oh, hold on. Up to here, and then you have this guy here, and then you have it there. Maybe that's the shape, and that's the most orangest orange I've ever... What do you mean brown? That's a wonder... Brown! That's a brown! That's clearly a brown. If you were to make it orange, I think that would be more saturation. So something like this. This is orange. You could call it brown too. That could be a brown in some people's eyes. Like, I can see it being brown too, but that'd be orange. I can see that as being brown. Yeah, I know, I thought we were hands all this time. Oh man, can you just imagine a chicken nugget stream? How tasty that would sound. We'll add the bit here, so maybe the fist can look like this. That's tangerine. What is orange but a different version of brown, or a different version of red? I take it back. I have no idea what I'm saying. Oh boy, let's see. Add that there. Add a little bit of a point there. Something like this, and great idea for Valentine's. Now if we add this guy back into here, oranges, I've never been a fan of oranges. Let's see, move you there to there. Let's see. In the wise words of Iris. Oh boy, say it. So it's not good. I mean, my words can be a little bit, but you know what? I don't know if I count them out more so. So, hold on. That's the bottom of the fingers. That there. Right. That's the bottom. And now we add in the bit that comes outwards. So maybe now we add in the thumb here. Something's here. I can see it. And orange is actually a pretty nice color, a pretty new color. Oh, I think so, yeah. If I can remember correctly, orange was, it's not why it sounds like orange. It sounds a little odd. I'm thinking we can make this the bottom of the finger, right? This there. And then we can make this guy move out a little bit more. So maybe more something like that there. But that looks a little off, doesn't it? And she stepped down to our level of communication. Oh boy. Let me copy this guy just to make sure we don't miss him. Copy you here, paste you here. I think this is a good punch. The only issue is that the thumb isn't in the right place. When I look at this, I would expect the thumb to kind of come from up here instead, and it to look a little more something like this here. But then it kind of also looks like it's trying to grab. It looks like little grabby hands. So maybe not. This is hard. You would think, well, no, I already knew hands were hard because I've drawn hands before. I've drawn hands in traditional art. But yeah, this is not a one stream type of process. This is I'm going to need multiple exposure to this to understand what's going on. This looks like I'm grabbing something here. Yeah, interesting. Okay, yeah. This might not just be a one you could do on your own in the sense of the usual technique I usually use, I think might not be able to be applicable here. I think it's more of a just copying and pasting and trying to understand as you go might be a better approach, because this right here is, it is a challenge which I know, but man, interesting. And thank you Moxie Millions for the subscription. Welcome into stream. Welcome in. It didn't pop up, which is so, oh, there we go. Right on schedule. And Bobby, hand me the alcohol. This is going to be a long one. Oh boy, I tell you, I learned something new every day. Is that, yeah, this guy right here. Maybe then if we move the fist up here. No. Maybe make it smaller. The fist, thumb go there. Yeah, something's off. I feel like something is off. I don't have the expertise at the moment to know what that something is. Maybe if we move it... Oh, hold on. That feels like a fist. I think that could be a fist under the right circumstances. I could see that being a fist. I can completely see it. Yeah, we're gonna keep that. I'm locking it in. Now, shall we go look at what official fists look like? Oh boy, I'm quite curious to see how they compare to mine. Go ahead and save this. And up here we have some feast. And hi, thanks, you're a joy to watch, and it's been great seeing the process of you figuring out things. Thank you, and thank you again for the subscription as well. I'm glad you're enjoying my struggles. If it's one thing I can say, I'm glad it's entertaining. And this game here, this game is, what was it? Makai Kingdom. Look at this. This is so creative. It's a little creepy, but the idea of a hair as hands, I've seen it as tentacles before, but never used as hands. And the fact that they were able to make it look like a fist, and it's such a small thing, I think it's so neat. This would be Shovel Knight here. This one here is from Mega Man. These here are from Cross Code. These fists here, they get quite bigger. This one here, I think is from Evil Land. Yes. No, Makai Kingdom. This one's Makai Kingdom. This one's Evil Land. Yeah, that one's Evil Land. They look a little similar with the colors. This one's from Evil Land too. And this one here is from Makai Kingdom. Notice how when you get smaller with the sprites, they just become blobs. I think if that's one thing I really enjoy about Pixelart is that at some point, anything can just be described as a blob. You can get away with a lot. And croissant. And Michelangelo said, I still learning while he was 80. Fair point. Yeah, I mean, there's not really ever a point where you stop learning. I think the moment you say you're done learning is the moment you stop learning. Yeah, right? That sounds so obvious. But I hope you get what I mean. Once you stop trying, you never go forward. Maybe that's a better way to describe. Oh boy. Really? Oh my. Let's see. We have here again from Sudoken. Look how they do the fist here. It's a little bit tricky, and this is one of the times where if you zoom in, if you were to ask me what this was, or what this was if I were to zoom in, I'd say I have no clue. But through zooming out and with context clues, because of all the detail, it ends up looking like a fist, which is super duper neat. And this one here, it uses a total of 5 pixels to make a hand. And today I wanted to eat a croissant, a tiny Bobby voice croissant. And your fist highlights look like a croissant. Why? Why are we thinking in food? I already told you. How hungry it was getting to the point of, but yeah, no, that's a certified croissant if I've ever seen one. Hold on, where did my pen go? If I just go ahead and just do a little bit of some like that, and then we go ahead and just do a little bit of something like that, and that there, and that there. Yep, that's that. I can see it, or maybe it could be a piece of bread too. Oh boy, bread. Oh boy. We'll zoom out here. Is there another fist we can take inspiration? Ooh! Look at the way they do this too. 4 colors, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 3 colors. 3 colors. Granted, River City Girls doesn't use outlines, so they can get away with other things. But the fact that it looks so detailed, yet 3 colors. And this guy here, 2 colors, and yet still, it looks like a fist. Especially that one there. That one looks like a fist. This one here again. And let's see here. Again with the fist. It's super duper interesting. Okay. We can certainly do this, I believe. What we'll go ahead and do then is take a look at these 2 fists. I think these will be our key. And we can do a voice band. We can't do a voice band. We need to focus. I'll I am clearly focused. Can't you tell? Let me copy this guy, and what I want to do is I want to grab this here, paste this guy here, slide him over, and I want to see if they were the same color, how would they look? Because this is a thumb, this is a fist. But if they were different colors, or if they were my colors, how would they feel? So if I grab this, there's 3 colors here. I believe that's 3 colors of mine. So we have our regular color, where I'm going to guess is going to be this color here. Hold on. Do that guy there, our regular color, and then this color here. Yeah. Kinda, sorta, I can see it. Interesting. If I zoom out, interesting. It doesn't quite look like a fist when it's just the hand. But in detail, when you can see the arm coming from underneath, that's when it looks like a hand. That does make sense, yeah. I was trying to do more of like a punchy fist instead of a fist that goes upwards. This is a fist that's going up in the air, so something like this. Mine is coming like maybe from down here where you can see the punch of the fist. So it's interesting. And Nearest is locked in on dinner. Once that stream has been done, yeah, you can bet I'll have some like buttered bread, a little bit of chicken too. Oh man, I'm looking forward to it. Let's see here. For the fists that punch forward, what do we have? Any fists that are forward with their punching, or no one has a forward fist? Interesting. And again, I wonder if that's just not common to have a fist that goes forward. Maybe it's always usually a fist that's off to the side. If I wasn't able to find it during my reference study, maybe it's not a very common hand pose. Just like how, if I go back to here again with our hands, when I initially did this hand, and I thought, oh yeah, I'm 100% gonna find my references here with this open hand. But no, this hand as just I guess maybe as a wave, but I wasn't really able to find it when I looked through the files of different games. It was mainly hands that were outwards instead. So it would be better to focus on something that's more common. For here, I thought my forward-facing fist would be very common, but when I go to look, no, it's not really. Usually the fist is from the side or a diagonal, so that's interesting. And hot take, I like your hand style more because of the readability in clusters. I did like me a little bit of clusters. That's what I was saying, and how when I zoom out here, it doesn't look like a hand in context. I do like this. I am always a fan of doing blocked clusters. It may be the case of, let's see, are these colors different? They're light and dark. It could be maybe just the colors too that are a little bit off in the sense of why it feels not quite right. These are meant to blend in more. For example, if I go to the black and white grayscale, notice how this is brighter. These two colors are brighter than this, which means when it's like this, when it's a different, what's the word I'm looking for? When it's a different color, when different colors are being used, it might not work in that context because the colors are so different. If I were to, like, let's see, this color here, we have, if I do go down to here, and Leah from Crosscode has some good hand references, but they're a talk sprite, so the scale's a bit bigger. Ooh, I only grabbed the big ones, and I'm not sure. I can quickly check, truth be told. Crosscode, because I do have it linked here very quickly. I'm curious to see if they have the sprites here. I'm not seeing super big sprites, and I can even show you. If we go back into this guy here, you can see this is the website for Crosscode. Well, this is the Sprite resource specifically with all the references. What I do is I look through this and I try to find things of that topic. So I'll look through here and I'm telling myself, okay, I'm not really seeing a big sprite. So then I'll go to the characters and I saw some characters here. So then I gotta go through here and then I'd look in and look at them. But you're talking about a bigger sprite? I don't know if I see a bigger sprite here. Maybe it's just not up here. I see a few big sprites, but not a lot. And have a good rest, and okay, now I'm defeated, and I'm going to bed. Rest well. Words. In the bottom portrait category? Really? Hold on, I'm quite curious. This is bosses, oh, hold on, did I entirely miss it? This is good information. Bottom portrait? No, I don't see any here that are bigger sprites, or are you talking about something different? And it seems between smears and sounds implies hits are more common than fists. Hi, Frenchless, welcome into stream, welcome in. And between smears and sounds, implied hits are more common than fists. Yeah, that's the thing, that's what I'm learning, which is super surprising. And again, it's also important to note that if I go back into draw here, we're looking at it from We're looking at it from the perspective of a game developer, a game artist. If we were drawing this pose because we saw it as a piece of, well, it's always a piece of art, but I mean in terms of, this is supposed to be a sprite. Usually sprites don't make this pose, as opposed to an art piece, where art pieces, it's anything goes, it's any man's land. So it's interesting to note that probably 9 times out of 10, I'm not going to need to know how to draw a forward-facing punch. I'm more likely to need a punch that goes upwards or a punch that goes downwards instead of one that goes straight directly at you. So it's really, I never really noticed that, at least this idea of the most common ones to see. I did my best to gather different resources, and for example, I wasn't able to really find a lot of poses, but a pose that gets used very often, and maybe it could also just be because this is from what was it called? River City Girls is a, beat 'em up game. So you're going to see a lot more punches because beat 'em ups are, you're moving back and forth with your punches. But it's always interesting to see what poses are more common, especially when it comes to hand ones. So it's interesting. Let me go and move you here. And here you go. Before I go, the portraits. Thank you, Ed. Thank you. I see. Oh, yeah, I wasn't gonna find this at all. Thank you. We can slide it over. I'm quite curious to take a look at it for a quick second. And I know most movies also use track and rapid cuts too. Yeah, thanks, Ed. I linked in Discord too. Thank you. Yeah, these are big sprites. I wonder how big they are compared to the other big ones. At some point, we're going to have to do a big sprite study, but oh boy, making big hands is something else. That's what I know for certain. Even these hands, look how huge they are compared to my little hands here. If I just drag it into here, this hand would eat that hand for breakfast. Oh me, oh my. Thank you for sharing the both of you. So let's see here. Saving that, what I was saying was, I think the choice of color matters, and that might be why this one looks nicer than this one, because the original idea when it came to this was that the contrast wasn't too sharp. Because the difference is this one's a little lighter, this one's a little darker, this one's really dark, and this one's really light. So I think the reason why it looks nicer is because the colors are different. For example, here, if I go to this guy here, and I go to this guy here, this guy might be a little less likely to look nicer than, for example, this guy. It's less harsh on the eyes, it tends to smooth more. So maybe that's why mine on the left feels a little nicer as a thought, because it's using the contrast, well, this one here. But then I ask you, do you think this one from the colors they use, or are you looking at this one and this one? I'm quite curious. And let's see, those are from the DLC. They're the MC learns sign language, I believe. Oh, that's pretty neat. That's super duper neat. I'll go ahead and save this guy and zoom in. So what we need to be learning, not our front fist, we need to be learning fists that go upwards or fists that go outwards. If we go back to our fist guys here, you can even see when this guy is running from Shovel Knight, his fist is upwards, his fist is down. Never really a full-on fist, which is interesting. So, with that said, what we'll do is do a fist, I think, like this. We'll see if we can make a tiny fist that goes upwards. So I'll copy this guy from River City Girls. We'll go ahead and paste him into here. And continuing on with the idea of having a really small fist, how might we be able to manage that with the colors that we have? I think it's doable, and it's a little bit tricky because this reference here also is without lines for the line art. I can't work today, can I? From the line art? And no, not the color theory. Enough with the light and color. I love color theory. If it's one thing I want to get better at when it comes to art, it's colors. I want to be known for my colors, and though I do read that as well. Lovely. So looking at this, if we were to make this a little bit smaller, we might say, okay, we know that that's dark bit there, so might do that there for the dark bit there. Then we know that there's a highlight for the top of the fist, and this kind of goes diagonally up. And actually, let's do a darker color here. And it's probably because you rarely hold your fist parallel to the ground if you're getting in trouble. Yeah, that's true. And because this is a beat 'em up game, these guys have to be ready to fight. They gotta be ready to go. It reminds me of when I found the grapple sprites. If I go down here. This looks terrifying. Yeah, I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna get you. You would expect something like this when you're ready to fight, not a forward fist punch. The sprite usually doesn't punch towards the screen. If they punch towards the screen, not usually is it a punch towards the screen. Usually it'll be top down, so it will depend on the perspective of the punch. So let's see. Let me go back up here. It's kind of a little bit diagonal. I wanted to fill this guy in and see about maybe if we made it like maybe something more about here and here, and made the fist about up here. So something like that. And a tickle monster. The tickle monster has arrived. How scary. Let's see here. You can also see his little thumb kind of coming over. So maybe we can add that in too. So let's see. Movie up here, movie up here. Maybe something like this in perspective. Do you mean the view? I do mean perspective. And because we're seeing from this angle, right? We're seeing the fist head on. It's directly in front of us. But if I were to look, what's the best way to describe it? When you're looking at a box, for example, right? This is the top of the box, and I'll just fill this in here. You are looking straight down at the box. But as the box turns in view, you see the other sides of the box. So you go from seeing some of the top and only the top to seeing some of the side. It would be the same when it comes to the fist. So it might be here instead. So you're seeing the top of the box, and then as you're going from up above to lower down, what I'm saying is that this fist here is equal to it looking like, if I grab this guy here and I stop doing the bucket tool like that. There we go. What I'm saying is that this fist looks like this, where we're seeing completely the side. And for pixel art games, you don't usually see this, you usually see this. So if we were to angle the fist more down, I think that would give us a better view, and it would be more commonly used than the one that's facing straight at you, since the characters will also be in this top-down perspective. So if anything, and I'm quite curious to see if I can make this work. If I copy this and we go ahead and just do a new layer here, paste it, slide it over, we lower this layer here, I go here to here, I grab this fist again, copy you, paste you. If this guy were a little bit more on the angle, how might that look? I would say most likely you might not see the bottom of the fist because that would be past the perspective. And then maybe you would see more of the wrist here. So it might be more so something like this grit, not the prettiest, but I think it would be where you would see more of that specific part. And oh, thanks, yeah, of course. I'm glad that was handy. So you might see the fist like this, where you can see the wrist and everything, and it would go back in line because you would see more of it. So something like that there, and you would have the hand here and the wrist here. There we go. So something like that. You will go from the front look of the hand, and if I can, do I have to? Yes, I do. Yes. So you go from it being this way, and then you go and you look at a different person. Hi, Andy. I'm glad that clarified things a little bit more. Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen side like this. You might see the, what is it called, left to right, but it's never forwards to backwards where the character's directly coming at you. I think that's why this one's not common. But this one here, you get a little bit of an angle. You get to see a little bit up. So we grab this guy, save it, go to this guy here. Let's see. If I do this here, I just want to get a good idea of this hand, and I want to try my best to keep it as small as I can, since that's the whole point of this, is to keep you super duper tiny. After that, I'll go ahead and fill this guy in for our outlines, and then let's see about making this bit here. So let's see, as simply as possible. Let's see, maybe this guy here. Maybe we can bring it up one more, so about maybe here and here, and then this would go for our diagonal guy. So maybe we could say this is the bottom of our hand. And then let's see, we're going to need to also have the fingers. So next up would be the fingers that would come upwards. So maybe then we can have it kind of come up. And then we can also see that the fingers have a little bit of a bump. So let's go ahead and add the little bump too if we can. We'll add this guy here, add this guy here, and add this guy here. We can also see that thumb here too. So we might be able to do, let's see, something like, let's see, something like that there. And then a little bit darker here for our thumb. So something maybe about here, and then we can move this guy up a bit, move it up a bit more, maybe even more something like that there, make the thumb pointed, or you could also make it go down like this guy goes. So I think, yeah, it probably would go down, and then you would add the lines in for the shading. So maybe we would see, and this is the tricky part here, we might do something like that instead. So that doesn't quite look right. I think it's because it needs to be more on the diagonal feel of the fingers. And that's always the tricky part, I think, is the shading of the fingers, figuring out which finger to shade and which not to shade, and figuring out what goes where. So maybe something more like that there, and then maybe more, let's see, something here, and here, like that would be another one, and then we could add that one there. Maybe. That doesn't look quite right. That I'm looking at it here too. If I zoom out, it looks more like a blob than it does a fist. The question then is to ask, why does it look like more of a blob than a fist? Maybe it's because of the diagonals. That would be my first thing to try. So what we can maybe do and see about doing is if we move, let's see. Maybe we can grab this guy here, move him up a bit. Yeah, okay. So I think we're going to have to move this guy up and then move this guy down and then move, let's see. Maybe we can just erase you here. This guy goes flat a little bit and then he goes right back up. So directly back up. So maybe something like that. But I think it kind of goes up a little bit more. So it's tricky. Let's see. Maybe that there for our fist. Then that there. And this would be the rest of the fist. The fist kind of has a curve though, so we can kind of add that there. And then this thumb here, maybe we could give it less thumb. It kind of looks like he's saying, come on, pal, I can take ya. Like a little thumb here that looks like he's going in and out. And then for the fingers, yeah, the fingers are the trickiest part. Truth be told, I think it might be better to do more of a sock puppet hand. And there's also negative space or shading for the fingers. Yeah, there's this part here. That's the tricky part I'm seeing, and I'm trying to understand if I can do. It looks like almost that it was shaded with lighting in mind instead of shadow. So maybe instead of trying to add the darkness, we add the lightness. That is a technique I try to use if something's not going right. So where would the fingers go? And where would the fingers be separated? I think maybe a finger would go about here. Maybe then we would also see, let's see, a finger here. Maybe then we would also see another finger here. We don't need to add too many fingers just because the sprite's so small. But maybe we can add those fingers there. And then, let's see, if we add that there. Nope, we can keep that there, keep that there, keep that where you are here. And now we can add the fingers, possibly. Does it feel like that at all made a difference? I can say kinda, sorta, though it doesn't. I think the fingers are too thick. I think that's our issue here, is that if we want to make small, tiny fingers, let's see. Are there any other small fists we can look at that I have on here? This guy here is pretty small and tiny. Any small hands? And it definitely seems like the smaller you go, the less detail you add. And I think that's my issue. I'm trying to put so much in where it doesn't need to go. I thought maybe the 3 colors would work, but it could be a case of maybe 2 colors. I'm not sure. Definitely not. Well, never mind. I take it back. 2 colors, maybe not as much. Let's see. We'll keep messing around with this. I'm thinking maybe this is a good start. It feels like it could work. The issue is the thumb doesn't feel like it's coming from behind it doesn't feel like it's laying on top. It feels like it's going on the side. So maybe what we can do is if I drag this guy, drag you over a little bit here. If we make the thumb come up more like this here, we need to make the thumb look flat. So I'm wondering if we can just do here, like that there. Okay, I got an idea. We need to make this guy at least look like this is the forward finger. These are all the front. Oh, hold on, let me grab this. This is the front of the finger, and then you have the thumb and thumb behind about here. That's the look of it. And what did I do for mine? I didn't see it as that. I saw it as here. Hold on, here. And then I saw it as here. Maybe that's the reason why I got the shapes a little bit wrong. So if we were to approach it as having the blocky look instead, let's see how well that gets us. So I'm gonna go up again. We're gonna modify, actually. Let's just grab this guy here and modify him. So I'll go ahead and just move you here and here. Then we can go ahead and do more of a diagonal look here. Let's see. We know that that's diagonal, that's diagonal, that's diagonal. Maybe we can add another diagonal here, but I think this is fine. We also know that this is going down diagonally, so maybe we go for more of a box bit here and there and there. Something like that might work out a little bit better. And then we can go ahead and grab this. If I select it, then do Shift-O. It gives us an outline, so I can go ahead and click OK. Then we'll go ahead and grab our dark color here. And this is something, that's for sure. Maybe we can go ahead and move this guy up a bit here. Though I like how it's going down. Maybe the issue is it's just a little bit too wide. So we'll make it a little bit thinner, like that. I think might work out a little bit better. But I think this guy, this goes over a little bit. So maybe we slide that guy over. So maybe we go for something more like this here, that there, possibly like that. And then what we can do and say is, okay, so for our fingers, what are we saying? I'm also wondering as well, if maybe if we bump this guy down and over a little bit, something, it looks like it comes in and up. So something like that. Yeah, it comes in and up a little bit as it's going up. And then we'll grab our colors again. So this guy up here, let's go ahead and make sure you're kind of going upwards. And it looks like they're pointing in that direction. So we're going to try to make our fingers point in that direction. It's tricky. Sometimes you might have to go with the 2 tones, but I always find it looks a little odd. So let's see. We want it to go then, let's see. Actually, let's try a little bit differently. This guy they need to point in this direction. So what lines can we make that point in that direction? Maybe we can say this guy down here, you point in that direction. We can then maybe say this guy here, you point in that direction. Maybe then this guy here, because you're in the highlights up here, maybe you also point in that direction. Though, I might move this guy down one. I don't think I can. Hold on. If I grab you and just move you down by 1, can you work? You might be able to work. Something like that. And this guy here would go up though. So, no, I don't think that it can work, which is okay. So let's see. We have these guys that get separated. Maybe this guy can go in a little bit. Like maybe if I grabbed this here, what if I move this up? Something like that there. Oh, yeah, that can work. That can work. I think that works. So then we add this guy over again. Let's see. Yeah. And then we have the flat thumb. And that's the issue. That's the issue we ran into last time. What I'll go ahead and do is I'll copy this guy, paste them into here. We'll save you here, save you here. That way we just have, if we need to go back, we can make mistakes. There's always room for mistakes now. So let's see, we'll save this guy here, save. And now what I'm wondering is there a way to either make this flat or do something here? Like maybe, let's see, if the finger is, and I move this over here, it doesn't look like, when I add that line there, it makes it look like this finger's off. So maybe if we add a line like here, or maybe even add this guy here, does it look like the fingers, this could still work, though this feels more like a thumb. It's interesting. Yeah, this finger, when I move it to over there, it feels more like a thumb. Interesting. Okay, so maybe we don't make these as long as possible. So maybe we go down by 1. Up, down. Yeah, if we do down by 1, and then we go, let's see, down, and maybe we do you here. Maybe we can remove that color there, and then we move that color here. here. Hold on. They're there. Yeah. Interesting. Okay. I know that one will be removed because we're seeing the bottom of the hand. And then this guy here, you would get rounded a little bit more because you're the fist. Maybe then we can also do that. And that made me think about every thumb as a finger, but not every finger is a thumb. Welcome into Stream Mascot. Welcome back in. Anytime I think of thumbs, I just think of the thumbs from, what's that movie? The spy movie, the little thumb man. Oh boy, they used to give me nightmares. Let's see, save that here. Maybe then we can also lower that there and there. And then we can go ahead and do, I think, a thumb out here. So that's the tricky part. Do we want to do something maybe like this here? So we can't have the thumb quite out as much as I would like to. So maybe we can give it a little bit of a, hey, look, there's totally a thumb here. You can't see it, but it does exist. The issue is the outline to make it really tricky. I want to do like a thumb like here-ish, I think would be the best way to do it. And oh wow, you're old. Chat, no! If you know it too, though, right? You've gotta be old too. Oh boy. We'll add, I think, then our little thumb that kind of goes up, but I think, I think maybe something like this here, and then we can see the thumb go across. And then I am here since the beginning. Oh, I see. Well, welcome into chatting. Let's see. We can drag this guy across like here. And if we were to drag you across here, we can maybe do a little bit more of a diagonal guy here. And that means maybe we can go away with this here. Yeah. Okay. I'm okay with that thumb. I'll be honest. I'm pretty okay with that thumb. And also lurked the other days in the shadows. I see. Well, welcome to the light. I like this. I think this works. Now, question is, a very important question here, decides the fates of reality. Do we add the box or add the pixel or remove the pixel? It makes a small change, but I think it does make a significant change. And let me just to make this a little bit easier to hopefully see. If I just add like a background here to the two differences. And shame you didn't draw yesterday. Hi, either way. I don't know this because I ever participated in a draw together. If memory can recall, but then again, my memory is not to be relied upon. Oh boy, give me a second to clear my nose. All good to go. And while this is pixel pushing, Cursor, I don't know, well, pixel pushing doesn't have to be a bad thing. And thank you, check. I would say, or to avoid pixel pushing, if you're working on a big sprite. Because in the grand scheme of things, it doesn't matter. And I wouldn't put the mid-tone in places of that pixel. Ah, interesting. That would go against the rule of everything having an outline, though. And I did not participate in those so far. Not sure if I ever will, but I am admiring the drawings nonetheless. Was really entertained by the files yesterday. A lot of cute stuff. It's always nice to hear. I think, for example, I think pixel pushing is bad when, if you were working on the sprite, thinking to yourself, yes, indeedy, should I add the pixels here and here, or remove it here and here? That's what I would say. Hold up and wait a second. Maybe you're doing a little bit too much. When it comes down to something super tiny like this, because it's such small pixel art, every pixel really matters. But if it's something super big, not as much, and you can get away with a little bit more. If I'm looking at this though, I tend to, what I've noticed so far with my art at least, is while I do enjoy doing single lines for pixels, and maybe I can show you an example of a time I've done it before. If we go up to maybe here, if it needs to be, I do double lines sometimes. Yeah, as you can see here. If I'm doing an outline, but I need the art to curve a little bit, what I do is I add a double outline in some cases. For example, if you look at this hand, I used only 2 colors, but technically speaking, an outline that's single outline, it would either be this or it would either be this. And I didn't like either. So what I did is I gave it all the space it needed and I added a double line. So I've found that doing it double in that area and just having the outline as shading in some areas has helped in sense of adding a little bit of depth. It feels like the best of both worlds. This versus having to do, let's see, hold on, this. I like the medium of it, adding both. And it's a blast even if you don't know how to art, but I gotta admit, seeing other people draw is also fun. I do agree. So with that said, yeah, we'll go for the top one. I have found this to be more of the style I've been going as I've been learning pixel art. So I think, yeah, I would add that pixel there as the darkest color, especially if you're doing, what's the word I'm looking for? Especially if you're using a limited color palette, because if I were using a color palette outside of this, I would then maybe think about adding, for example, maybe I would add a bit of anti-aliasing for those corner pieces. That way we still have our outline, but this guy gets rounded off a little bit. That way it doesn't feel as sharp. Might do that instead, but because I was using a limited color palette, I had to make decisions. I'll go ahead and hide that guy here, move you back down to here. So with that said, yeah, we're gonna keep that pixel because I think it adds that thumb feel. And we'll go ahead and save. And let's see this guy here. What one is that one? That one, good. And what's this one here? We can go ahead and delete that layer. We do not need that layer. No, thank you. How do I delete? Delete, Control X. Okay, never mind. We just click the button to delete. Sure thing. And let's see here. So, looking at all of these guys, I definitely think so far I have quite liked this fist here. These fists, the hands are a little tricky. I would say fists are good to go. And originally we had planned to see if we could up or modify our little template boils to have more animations, or not more animations, but another, what is it called? Another hand pose. But I don't think we have time for that, unfortunately. And I think also they're a little bit too small. I'm quite curious to see. Comparing this here, Tom, I believe his name is. We have Timmy, we have Ted, and we have Tom. Yeah, I think his name is Tom. If I zoom out, for my sprites, comparing them to this here, hold on, let's see. Comparing them to this here, it goes back, yeah. Well, I might learn how to draw detailed hands like this. Am I ever going to be able to use them? No, because my sprites are so tiny. So, is there a way we could do tiny? Maybe something like this, where it's just single pixels, but doing something super detailed like this, it might not be worth investing since my sprites aren't that size. And isn't Tom the big guy? It's not like I forget the names of the children. I think you're right though. I think it's, was it Timmy, Tom, and, you were the middle child. You really are the middle child. I know! I'm sorry. Tim. Yes, his name is Tim. Oh boy. Oh, that's so sad. Oh my. And when looking at these sprites, if I'm doing 32 or 16 wide by 32 tall, I don't think it's quite a good investment to learn how to draw these bigger. How could you? I tried my best out here. His name should be the most obvious one, truth be told, but I stand corrected. Out of all of these, I think if I were to say, I want to do a hand study, I want to learn how to draw hands for this sprite, where would I look at for references? I think the best reference for this size sprite would be looking at Shovel Knight's art. Since while their sprites are still a little bit big compared to mine, they use fewer colors and they're also smaller sprites compared to these other ones here. I mean, hold on. If we look at, for example, Crosscode also, these are more orbs for their hands, and yeah, maybe at the size orbs. Someone called CPS. No. You don't need to, I assure you. And Pokemon and Octopath Traveler? Oh, yes! Thank you for reminding me, Eska. I was wondering what was missing from this board. Yes, Pokemon and Octopath Traveler. Yep, those are great references. I forgot those are entirely big sheets. Hold on, let me grab that. Thank you for reminding me. That I should have had them up here. They'll be up here for next time. That would be a perfect medium. Wow. Yeah. Hold on. Oh, that's what it was. I had stopped gathering resources after I realized River City Girls was giving me so many. Well, hold on. Let's see. Spiders resource, Octopath, or no, I just need to look up the website, don't I? This guy here, and no problem. Always happy to be the external brain cell. That's what your sword is for. Sometimes the memory slips. Oh my, you're the second filter. Let's see, let me grab then our, hold on. It was Octopath Traveler, where are you? Octopath Traveler? Should be here, yes. Sprites of Octopath Traveler. We can look at those. Look at this. And I absolutely adore the Octopath Traveler sprites. Yeah, that would be my suggestion, is that if you're trying to learn how to do 16 wide by 32 and hand gestures, something like Octopath Traveler is a great place to start. However, I can't say no. Oh, she has gloves. Hold on. Hold on. I know exactly who doesn't have gloves. It's the shopkeeper gal. Where are you at? No, not you. You. Yes, indeed. And then your regular. What's your regular one? Apothecary. Nope. Here we are. This character right here. This one here has hands, and I remember very specifically her having a pointed. You never stop anything before double checking. I double check. The issue is, just because I double check doesn't mean I'll still know it's there. it goes into the idea. Well, yeah, I'm sure I'll understand. Here we are. This is a pointing pose. Look how small she is compared to something. If I go ahead and grab her here, copy her here. So this is how they do poses for small sprites. But if we go to this point, look how small these sprites are. She's even tinier than Shovel Knight. And these big sprites, yeah. The only, I'd say, issue is with Octopath Traveler, and hold on. I think Octopath Traveler might be more of an issue than Pokemon sprites. Let me grab some of those too, as I think that's a great point. Pokemon, I believe would be black and white, if I'm not mistaken, and that's just a square of pixels. Yeah, it's the issue. Once you go too small, it really start getting up there in numbers. Here we are. Pokemon sprites, I think, are pretty big too, but we can see. If I grab this guy here, this big old guy here, how big are your hands? Your hands are pretty big. All things considered, this guy's hands are on the bigger scale. If I grab this too, they would still make good reference for smaller hands, but I don't know if I'd put this hand on her body. What I was going to say is that when you look at these different pixel art styles, I'd say it would be easier to learn the style of something like Mega Man or something like, what is it called? Shovel Knight, as opposed to trying to, off the bat, learn something like Octopath Traveler and the Swede Coden, as these guys, I would say, are from difficulty rating, very, very difficult, because you have to know colors well and how to balance them. So very difficult, very difficult. I would say also pretty difficult, not as much. These two are kind of the same league. I think they're the same game. No, you're not. Yeah, Makai Kingdom. I would say hardest, hold on. Easiest to hardest. I would say 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 5, both of those. So it's a thing of, well, this is the end goal. I'm not sure if going straight off the bat for this is the right thing to do, because look at this little guy here. So it might be best to go for something smaller instead. So with that said, right, if I were to draw a pointed finger in this style, how would it be? I feel like it would be just more of a, what's it called, like a scarecrow sort of look. And wasn't one of your first character studies Octavia? Well, see, it wasn't character study, it was an animation study. If I recall correctly, I don't think I did a style study on Octopath Traveler. I think the first style study I did was on Stardew Valley. Stardew Valley and also, what's that game called? Stardew Valley and Eastward. Those were the two style studies I did before. I don't think I've ever done an Octopath Traveler style study though. Oh boy, there's so many colors and different layers going on. That's a big breakdown right there. Let me slide this guy over, grab you here, and I would rate those about maybe medium to easy, depending on it. And yeah, I'm gonna feel some Mistria. Yeah, Mistria, or is it Mistria? I think it's Mistria. Those are, I would say, simpler, way simpler than this. I would put them a little bit harder than this, but just about. You can see here, there's actually not that many colors, I don't think. I think there's 4 colors going on here, but if this were to be simplified to something more like Shovel Knight, it might be instead, just looking at this, let's see, move that there, move that there. These, we get the usual black color, so we do this here, do this here, do this here. You would maybe see something like this here, and that's a more of a point. And then you would get these guys, that's the darker tones, so maybe we can say that's the brighter color, and the darker tone, so maybe this is also bright, and maybe this is also dark here, so maybe you would see something more so like this here for a point, but that doesn't quite look like a point of a finger. So maybe instead, you would maybe do something like, let's see. So we have the finger point, we know that this is going to be a pointed finger, something like this. And then I might do something like, let's see, something like that there, hold on. This is nice, this is nice. Maybe something like, tricky. The fingers get balled up, which is, I think, and simple or not, that has never stopped me from failing before. That's the spirit check. There's no harm in trying, you just have to know what you're getting into. That's the difference here, is that while it may be difficult, how many people has that stopped them? It's a matter of, yeah, I know it's hard, but is that gonna stop me? No. How has it ever stopped me? Yes, but you know what, I know, yeah. And late arcade era sprites are quite bigger with lots of complexity. Yeah, I can think of like, what is it called, Street Fighters, that one. The thing is though with Street Fighters is that they started off with pixels, or they started off with traditional art, then they put it into the program, pixelized it, then cleaned it up. That's how they did the method. So it wasn't 100% started from pixel art as the base. They used the sketch as a reference, and such beautiful words. thanks. Made it myself. Oh boy, let's see here. I might do this guy here and then have you maybe that guy there, that guy there. Well, that looks like I'm giving a thumbs up now. Great job, bud. You're doing wonderful. It really is, yeah. I think at least I'm going to try my best to do only stick to 3 colors if I can. 3 colors can get you a lot of places. And this guy here doesn't even feel like it's pointing anymore. Maybe if we do something like, and yeah, it's interesting. This guy here, that guy there, the colors have changed and shifted. Maybe if we were to add like a what's it called? When you point, your thumb kind of goes down a little bit. That's the pointer finger, and then it's this pointer here, which means I would guess the thumb would be on the inside. So we would need more of a thumb, wouldn't we? This would be the pointer finger. We would need a thumb. So something like maybe that there, and that there. Oh, hold on. Hands are interesting, aren't they? And it feels like someone holding their hand out to receive something. Gimme. Gimme, gimme. And those words really touched me with a force of a punch, but still. Oh boy, oh boy. I know I have a way with words. You don't have to say it twice. Oh boy. I just want to see if we can make a simpler version of this. Still get the idea across. I think the issue is that the thumb would have to come out a little bit more. Something like maybe this instead, where we can see a little bit of the thumb. Hold on, like that there, that there. The thumb would need to come out a little bit here. So something like this here. And then we'd have the thumb come out a little bit more. Something like that. This would then go in the background. This would be the bottom of the thumb, so you might be able to get away with doing something like this. And then I would move this guy maybe downwards a little bit more, so something more so like this there. Maybe I would even cover up the thumb a little bit more, so something like this here and that there. I might say might work for a point with very few colors. It's tricky, I can certainly say. And I think the thumb as well looks a little odd, so maybe we can move up the thumb a little bit, or it's either move up the thumb or make the thumb bigger. We could maybe make the thumb bigger? Yeah, make the thumb maybe bigger. Well, it looks like it's kind of reaching out. And Snookerhead Cafe serving chicken nuggets now! Unfortunately, chicken nuggets does not fall in the category of fancy food. Oh, that does sound like, that does sound delicious. Let's see, that kind of points out, and then we have that there. Yeah, though what I can say is that I do see darker colors here, so it's interesting to see that pointer finger, the darker colors. But I would say something like this maybe is what I would do if I wanted to have a finger kind of point outwards. Maybe you would have this kind of extend a little bit though. This is already as it is, I think, quite well. This would be the back fingers, and you would have the thumb here, and then this guy here. Maybe you could have this as a shadow here, but I don't know about that one there. You would have to have the lines show that, hey, this is the back, this is the front. So I think something like that would work out a little bit better to show and point at something. I think that's how it would be done if it was only done with 3 colors, more so on the guys of Shovel Knight. If I had to wrap that up, yeah. And I really am just going to have to spend some time seeing about drawing fingers. As when I move back here, does it look like it's also pointing? Hers looks like they're pointing, she's pointing up. This looks like it's pointing more so this way instead of this way. So it's a little bit of a different pointing, but all in all, yeah. Today has been really fun. It has given me an insight into how style studies, or, well, I mean, I do style studies, but I mean hands as a whole, hands as a topic. I definitely think this will be worth going into again. However, I'm not too sure if next week should be hands, as just doing this now, there's things I struggle with and things I think have to be done in a different way. As I said before, looking into animations, maybe. Oh, I do remember. Oh, okay, hold on, we're good. We're okay. We'll do the ad break. We'll then come back and I'll talk a little bit more. We'll then also check out the Discord to make sure and see about it if anyone's done the community drawing. So go ahead and click that button. It was a handful. True, you know, it was a handful today. And ironically, they would pair interesting with the different flavor combos. Chicken nugget flavor, spicy chicken nugget, sweet chicken nugget, salty chicken nugget. Yeah, I mean, most food though, like a chicken sandwich, that could be fancy. I could see it being fancy, or at least like a deli sandwich could be fancy. Add a little olive on top. That could be quite well. Let me get some tea here. What was I saying before though? Oh yes, I was saying how I do want to do more character studies. So maybe I'll do a poll to see, because I think it's just a matter of pushing around things and seeing where things go. And for whatever pose you might need, it's a little bit tricky to do a study on hands, because while there are a lot of hands gestures to do, you might not need them for the sprite you're making. So it's tricky. While it's fun to kind of challenge yourself for different poses, you could spend your time elsewhere. So the thing is, if you think this is a valuable use of your time, there's nothing wrong with that, and just do it. However, from a person like me, where I gotta make the game, I gotta study art, I still need to start on piano in Japanese, having stuff for fun, or at least having, as long as it's fun, I think that's what's important. And what were you saying about nuggets? Yeah, cut me out. I was saying chicken nuggies are delicious, and I was talking about sweet chicken nuggies and spicy chicken nuggies and sour ones, but then I was talking about how more would probably be a chicken sandwich, but if it's a chicken sandwich, probably a deli sandwich with a little olive on top. So I was talking about hands. Yes. I think it might be a better use to, instead of only focusing on pixel art hands for the day, because pixel art seems to really depend on context clues. So unless you're making bigger hands that can tell the details for themselves, for example, a hand like this, it might not look like a hand, or it might, depending on the context. So I think going forward, if I am to do a hand study, it's gonna have to be a very tricky one, or at least I might have to make another sprite. For Gabby here, if I wanted to do like a pointing hand, she only has 2 colors. She doesn't even have an outline, but even her pointing hand would probably be something like this here, and then you would have the pointing finger here, and the little glove finger here, and that would be your pointing hand. This would be, yeah. That would most likely be your little pointing hand here. You have the little thumb here, something like that there, and then this would be the outcome. Have a little thumb here. Yeah, that would be more something like that would be your pointing hand. Very few features, and when you look at it like this, it doesn't feel right. But when you see it in the context of the character, then it might feel a little bit closer to what it could be. And this actually might come down a little bit, and that would come a little bit forward there and there. There you go. And if only there was a helpful template we could use. The thing is, while the Thames can do a lot, I don't think the Thames are good for, I don't know if they would be good for a hand study, is what I'm realizing. If I wanted to have him, I think they're more better used for blobs instead. And oh, you know what I completely forgot to check as well? I'll have to see about how Undertale does their sprites. I remember their sprites being very expressive despite being so small, and they're very simple sprites to compared to something like Octopath Traveler. So that's another thing on the to-do list. I'll have to check out Deltarune sprites. I didn't get a chance to see Deltarune and Undertale sprites. They're very small, but I do know they do hands well. So yeah, that'll be, maybe that's what we'll do. Next week, I'm thinking, and maybe I'll do a poll on Discord too. Next week, we'll try to draw hands for specifically the templates. I'll grab all the sprites I can that are specifically this small size instead of the different variations of sizes. Doing it like that might make a little bit more sense. As tiny small sprites, trying to translate this into something smaller can be a little bit tricky. So yeah, I think that's what we'll do. Welcome back from the ad break as well. And why don't we go ahead and take a look at what everyone's art has been up to. So go ahead and close this guy. I can then bring you into our planning screen here. And from there, what we can do is, if I do exclamation Discord, DISCORD, if you happen to have drawn some pixel art PMs you'd like to share, feel free to post them in the Discord. What you can do is, if I go to this guy here, I go back up to this guy, and I go and open up this guy, you'll be able to see you're on the welcome page. And a great welcome to games related, as well as Vlad and Smile and Nod. Welcome. Oh, jump scare! That's a lot of people. And hello to you as well, Ari. Welcome in the 4 of you. Once you join here, what you should be able to do is scroll down to the side. You'll see where it says Streams Pixel Art Study with me. These are the previous studies in the past. So if you do happen to draw a character, so if you do your own studies and it's a study we've done before, feel free to also post your studies, your own offline studies you've done. I like doing it because if someone's trying to study something, it's nice to see different people taking different approaches. So it's nice to have a long log file of people trying to study a different topic. So feel free to also post old studies you've done or new studies you've done. Even if it's not a study we're currently doing, feel free to also post these in there too. I think it's always nice. With that said, let me close this guy. At the very top, you should be able to find the character's hands. I'll close my eyes, scroll up. I think I'm scrolling up. Am I scrolling up? Oh, okay, we're good. Okay, with that said, let's see if there are any pixel art to be done here. Let me go ahead and make you bigger. So open in full post, make you bigger. And we have resources and articles I found. This too, yeah. If you find any resources or articles related to the topic as well, please feel free to share. I'll be definitely checking a look at these. So thank you to Ed. I believe he already went to sleep, but thank you from the future, from the past. So let's see. We have hand. Oh yeah. Ooh. fancy. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna look into that. That's really nice. And I have seen that creator before. So let's see, these are all the references and list of videos and guides. These are also pretty handy too. And I think I covered most of what might be useful. I see. Check. Are we gonna have to have another talk? How could you? Hello? How could you do this? This is so cursed! I guess fair enough, you know, if tentacles are hard to draw, but are they harder than hands? This is scary! He's still cute, but this is scary. And he's just saying hi. No, sure he is. Lovely job, check. Cursed shot, but I see the hand here, and I also see it here. And it's interesting you added the bit of the top too. It kind of makes it look like it's folding over. And what's wrong? One of these things is not like the other. That's what I can say. Alright, high five. And this is from the nurse. An attempt at my an attempt was made downscaling the hand on the left. The fingers were giving me a nightmare. Oh yeah, it's always the fingers. However, what I can say is, and I think this is too, yeah, this is attempt at downscaling. For the size this is, I think you did really well. And I think you only used 2 colors too, which is even wilder. I like how you added the hand pose. That's what I really like about this. The hand pose here. I also see you tried to add the separation here too. All in all, if you asked me if this was a hand, I would say so. And I've seen some poorly drawn hands in my day. I can certainly say that. So looking at this hand, I think it's a really good hand. Well done, well done. And we have here, this exercise sure does feel like punching above my level. It does, I agree. This has been really difficult. Oh, I meant to add highlights to the tips. I see. Well, I caught it. And let's see here. This one here for the thumb. Not the thumb, the fist again. It's good that it's not a front-facing fist. It's kind of off to the side a little bit. That would be more expected out of a sprite, unless it's not a sprite, it's just viewed as art. But I like this here. Again, and oh, something I noticed too is if I zoom in a little bit, it's a little bit hard to zoom in, but you can notice we talked about this with the Pixelart of the day, the idea of doing line art and having it shaded. So the bits up here are lighter than the bits down here. They're darker because they are in darkness. So I also like that shaded color outline you did. And this arm here and thumb, yeah, the arm. This finger here for the thumb, the fist here. Yeah. It's tricky, especially when you've never drawn it before. It's hard, but the good news is, once you've drawn it, you can say you've drawn it. You're not gonna get it perfect first time drawing, so it's just a lot of doing it over and over again. You gotta get all the bad drawings out, and I may not have scaled them up. Whoops, no worries at all. It's just the thing on Discord where it doesn't allow me to zoom in multiple times. And let's see here, this is my Ed pointy fingers attempt. Let's see here. I would say pointy fingers. Oh, this one's pretty good. I would say this one here. This one looks like you're pointing at someone and the fingers are going down. This one looks like the fingers are going up. I know he's not here again. But of all of these, I think he got closest to what the image originated here. So well done again, Ed. Let's see here if I go ahead and close this one here. We also have Nassar. I have not seen that name in quite some time. Welcome to the stream. Welcome in, and welcome to the hand drawings. I think these are lovely. Specifically, I like the little okay hand here too. And oh, look at that fist punch too. This reminds me of the River City Girls highlights we saw before, but instead of the fist going upwards, I like how you inverted it and tried to imagine what it would look like going downwards. Oh! I told you I'm not good at names. I completely forgot it's 2 different names. Curse hole. Okay. Eventually it'll stick. Just not today. Got ya. I like this little pointy finger too. These are all well done. And I think that's the last of them. Yep. Thank you everyone who participated. And is it just me, or does they speed up more and more when they're talking? I get excited. And the more excited I get, the more speech happens. And it's always just such a nice and lovely treat to see people who participate along, and maybe people who haven't done pixel art before give a hand at it, because, oh, you know what? I can't show you actually. Hold on. I can show you before we go. Let me show you the first ever time I tried to draw myself, what it looked like. If I grab this here, I should be able to find it. I saw it earlier today when I was looking at my old art. It should be, I believe, under, let's see, under art. Oh no, I might have lost it. Oh no, hold on. I know where to look. It's in this folder, yes, and then in this folder, yes, and then it's in this folder where we at our Pixelart. It starts with a P, right? Pixelart, yes. Oh, I found it. Okay, here we are. This is the first ever time I drew myself. Look at that right there. First ever time. And I actually haven't opened this up. I'm just wondering, did I didn't even hue shift back then. Look at that. But this is the first time of ever drawing something. And now to go from this into something like hold on, like this. It's the matter of you gotta start. And it's just, oh man, it brings a tear to me eye. With that said though, you need to pay for them. Oh me, oh my, read, never. You can't stop me. It's a wild thing to see the two differences. Oh me, oh my. With that said though, that'll be it for me. So let me go ahead and bring you over to the just chatting screen and original ears. Indeedy, this was the attempts being made, and I'm quite happy with this. And I prefer original ears. Of course you do, Toak. Let me bring you into the just chatting screen here. Yeah, so what the plan is, the agenda for next week, we will continue the hand studies. I'm going to specifically pull hand references from characters that are 16 wide by 32 tall, and maybe also 16 by 16, sticking to the smaller games that I know have the smaller sprites. We might have better luck. Maybe we'll also see about character hand animations. That might be a way to get good at figuring out how to draw hands too. So yeah, smaller sprites, smaller characters. We'll stay away from the bigger ones for now, since I think the bigger ones are a little bit more painful. And with that said, that big fun face drawing is certainly something, isn't it? Isn't she a beaut? With that said though, anything else to mention? I don't believe so. I'll be here same time next week from Friday to Sunday from 1 to 5 p.m. EST. If you'd like to catch me sooner or just catch me chatting away in rock, paper, scissors, shoot! I can go ahead and you already linked the Discord. Never mind then. I think we're all good to go. If you're on Twitch, consider sticking around. We'll see if we can find an Aseprite or not even Aseprite. Doesn't have to be Aseprite. Pixelart, specifically Pixelart. We'll see if we can find a pixel artist to rate. It's always super duper fun. If you're on YouTube though, that'll be it for me. And we're going to go to the end of screen, and then I'm going to come back on Twitch's side of things. So again, if you'd like to stick around for the raid, sit there, get all nice and tight. With that said though, I hope you all have a lovely, lovely weekend. A lovely morning, afternoon, evening, or good night for all of the above, alright? I hope to see you soon. Bye-bye!